All rise. Court is now in session. The Honorable Cheryl A. Matthews presiding. Your Honor, calling People v. James Crumbley, case number 22-279-989-FH.
Thank you. Good morning. Mark East on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Good morning. I'm ready to proceed. They're all here. That's the good news.
Thanks, Judge. Our first witness is in the courtroom. We discussed at the bench. I don't think counsel and I put on the record a mutual sequestration order.
Yes, yeah, I think that's something we all failed to do to start with. Mutual sequestration order, so if the witness is going to come back into the courtroom after testifying, we have to agree.
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. And obviously, we have two officers in charge in the courtroom today, exceptions for those two individuals.
Sure. All right. I'll give you a raise your hand.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Crumbley, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
You see all the juries coming.
Yeah, first two.
Sure, you have that.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise for the jury.
students.
Yes,
How many students went to Oxford High School that particular time?
there were approximately 1,800 students. Divided amongst 4 counselors, there were 1,600, and then approximately 200 in an early college program as well.
So in November of 2021, approximately how long had you been employed with Oxford High School?
I started as an intern in 2014 and was hired full-time in fall of 2015.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your background, please.
I came out of college, graduated with a degree in youth ministry, worked as a youth pastor starting in 2009, and then did that and went back to school for a master's degree in counseling. I graduated with that, actually walked in December of 2014 and started working in the high school thereafter.
Now, you mentioned your role included helping students transition into post-secondary either education or employment, scheduling, as well as social, emotional issues.
Yes.
Would one of those roles take precedence?
It would ebb and flow depending on the time of year, but there was never anything that you did that was, this is the most important thing, because it was what student you were with at the time.
Okay.
To a senior going to college, helping them with that college application took precedence in that moment. To a student sitting in front of you with social emotional needs, that took precedence in that moment.
So did you have regular check-ins with students, or was it an as-needed basis?
It depended on what it was for. We did have regular meetings with students in regards to scheduling, but when it came to social emotional, that was more of an as-needed basis.
Did your role as a counselor involve disciplining students?
No,
Okay, who took care of that?
that would have been the dean or our administration,
Okay. In November of 2021, who was the dean?
Nick Ejak.
All right. And did you work with him a lot?
No, I didn't. He was actually new to the district that year.
Okay. So is there a reason why the counselor would be separate from the discipline of students?
The counselor's role was to be a student advocate, to remain on the side of the student through difficult situations oftentimes, to give the student somebody that they could build that trust and rapport with, where the dean would be enforcing code of conduct.
What code of conduct, what's that?
The standards that are expected to be followed by students.
Okay, so a rule, would that be fair?
That would be a part of it,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Now, in the fall of 2021, was Oxford High School in person, hybrid, or remote?
Oxford High School was in person.
Okay. Were all students and teachers wearing face masks at that point?
Yes, they were.
In the fall of 2021, what sort of issues would you face with the students' social emotional health?
Social emotional health was definitely on our radar in the fall of 2021. Coming out of COVID, coming out of time being out from school, the anxiety that was associated with that time period, we saw a lot of issues for students, whether it be anxiety, whether it be depression, and in a few cases, it was suicide attempts.
Now, that year, did you encounter any students who actually had attempted suicide?
I did,
How many?
at least 4.
Sir, are you familiar with the term suicidal ideation?
Yes, I am familiar with that term.
Could you please explain to us what that means?
Suicidal ideation
Yeah, I'm
is,
gonna object to relevance.
Judge, I believe this witness will testify that he indicated that the defendant's son was expressing signs of suicidal ideation that was expressed to the defendant.
Well, that was his belief at the time, right? So I'm gonna allow it.
Thank you. What's suicidal ideation?
suicidal ideation is looking at themes, ideas, behaviors, which could be associated with suicide. So when you take sadness, depression, anxiety, those on their own aren't necessarily suicidal. And when we look at them, we may see somebody who's not actively suicidal, that may not be expressing a date or a plan or a method, but we see themes that, if left unchecked, could be associated with potentially becoming suicidal.
Okay. Now, as your role as a counselor at Oxford High School, as you dealt with students who were expressing suicidal ideation, separate from those who actually attempted suicide.
Yes,
Could you put a number on how many?
dozens.
You mentioned that there were 4 counselors for a school of around 1,700, 1,800 or so. How was it that each student was assigned to a counselor?
Of the students who are not in the early college program, they
How
were
was it
divided out
that each student was assigned to
alphabetically
a counselor?
amongst their counselors. Of the students who are
Was
not in
James
the early
Crumbley's
college
son one of the
program,
students assigned to your
divided
case
out
in November 2021?
Yes,
Is James Crumbley in court today?
yes, he
Could
is.
you please point to him, describe something he's wearing today?
He is seated at this table wearing a suit coat with a blue tie.
Your Honor, will the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant, James Crumbley.
Sir, when is the first time that you would have interacted with James Crumbley's son?
The first time that I likely interacted with him would have been scheduling during his freshman year.
Okay, so for context, November of 2021, he was a sophomore, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so this would have been August or September of 2020?
No, when students are in 8th grade, they're scheduled at the middle school level. I may or may not have been in his classroom because it's divided out within their 8th grade classrooms. And we don't know the students at all at that point.
Okay.
I would have done scheduling with him during his freshman year, approximately February of 2021.
February of 21.
Yes.
Okay.
Those meetings were done virtually and were not in depth and were only to discuss their next year's schedule.
Do you remember anything about that meeting if you
I
had?
don't remember that meeting in particular, no.
I'm going to show you. First of all, if you recall, when is the next time that you had any interaction with the defendant's son?
I don't recall this particular meeting, but I know that there was a phone call in spring of 2021
Okay.
from a teacher to me. And then I called into the student's classroom to meet with the student.
Okay.
I do not remember that meeting.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 198. This is an email, May 13, 2021, 1:46 in the afternoon. Without telling us that person's name, who was that person who sent you the email?
Without telling,
Well, who does she work there at Oxford High School?
she was an English teacher at Oxford High School.
Okay. And the email is, hi, when you get a chance, can you call the defendant's son down and see how he's doing? He is failing my class and tries to sleep all the time. In class, thanks. That's Exhibit 198, May 13, 2021. You received this email?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the response from you at 2:07 p.m. is, I'll catch him before the end of the day. And then her response at 2:08 was, thanks, just a little worried. Okay, did you have any interaction with the defendant's son because of this email?
I have, through phone records, I called into his student's classroom and called him down to my office. I don't remember that particular meeting, though.
Okay. But at least your recollection that you would have had that meeting.
The evidence from everything suggests that I had that meeting.
Sure, that's fair. Did you contact either James or Jennifer Crumbley then?
I did not.
And why or why not?
It was a check-in, and it didn't raise to the level of concern where I would contact a parent.
Now, as a counselor with Oxford High School, did you have a sort of method or protocol for when you determine when to contact a parent?
There isn't a set, there isn't always a set level of when you do it, but when something becomes repeated or when something becomes more concerning, I am going to then involve a parent.
Okay. Now, are grades available to parents on a district-wide basis?
Yes, they are. They're available through a system called Power School, which is available online
Okay, and that's the system that a parent can log in daily if they were choose to.
as often as they would like.
Now, the next interaction you had with the defendant's son would be September of 2021?
I did not actually have an interaction with the defendant's son. I received information about the defendant's son.
Okay, I'm showing you Exhibit 199. This is an email from a different teacher to you, September 8th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't you go ahead and read the email here that you received?
Hi, Sean. Could you please touch base with student? In his autobiography poem, He said that he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure.
Okay, that is September the 8th, 2021. Do you recall any interaction with the defendant's son at that point?
I do not.
Okay. Now, do you recall any meetings, check-ins, or phone calls from September to November of 2008 or 2021?
No. So to give context on this, what I did was have a conversation with the teacher to gain a little more context of what was meant by the email. And then the teacher filled me in that the student was actually joking with others in the class, and that it was not at the level of concern that she had believed when she sent the email.
Okay, so if I'm correct, then you received the email, then you made contact with the teacher who sent you the email?
Yes,
Okay, and then a determination was made that no further involvement was required.
correct.
We'll show you what, oh, this is your response. Thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day, but we'll try and catch up with them. That was to the same teacher, September 8th, 2021, 9:15.
Yes, that is correct.
This is People's Exhibit 200. This is November the 10th, 2021. The same teacher emailed you. Hi, Sean. The defendant's son is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you. Do you recall that email?
I do.
Okay. And tell us what you did when you received that email.
I checked in with the student in the hallway in between classes to just let them know that if they were having a hard time, that I was available to talk to.
And here's your response, 4:44 p.m. I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with them.
Yes,
So you recall that interaction with the defendant's son?
yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
It was in between classes. I believe the morning after I had responded to this email. And I just spoke to him briefly in passing to let him know that if he needed to talk for any reason, that I would make myself available for him.
Okay. Did you make a decision to contact a parent at that point?
I did not.
Okay. You did not contact a parent?
I did not contact a parent
And tell us why, please.
because I wanted to gain any information from the student and allow the student the opportunity to talk. Being sad isn't unusual, but if I had no information other than the student is sad, it's not something I would call a parent over.
And when's the next time you had any interaction with the defendant's son?
November 29th.
I'm going to show you what's been submitted as People's 201. This is an email from a teacher to Mr. Ejak and Ms. Fine, and you eventually were CC'd on this email?
I was forwarded this email,
Okay.
yes.
And the email says, good morning, I had a student during first hour today, the defendant's son, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like that. And then it was forwarded to you at 9:34 a.m.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then your response was, thanks, Jacqueline, I'll be touching base with him as well.
Yes.
Okay, and tell us what happened with this, please.
I ended up going down to Ms. Vine's office, who was on the initial email.
So who's Ms. Fine?
She was our restorative practices coordinator
Okay.
at that time. And she called the student down to her office to chat about the email that had been sent.
Were you present for that meeting?
I was present for that meeting.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
The student came down towards the end of the second class of the day, and Ms. Fine led the meeting. I was there to be a support for the student in case it became a disciplinary issue. But it was very cordial.
We say support for the student in case it became a disciplinary issue. That's not for you to discipline, correct?
That is correct. I would be there just as somebody who's able to be a comfort to the student
Okay.
during a time where they may potentially be experiencing discipline.
Now, at that point, was everybody wearing a COVID face mask?
Yes, they were.
And in fact, had you ever interacted with the defendant's son without a COVID face mask?
No, I did not.
So you said Ms. Fine led the meeting? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yes, Ms. Fine did lead the meeting. She had a conversation with the student about the email that was received, and led it in a way to see if the student would bring any information available based on what the email was received, where she asked him, were you looking at anything in class? Were you looking at, what teacher were you looking at this information in class, to see if he would acknowledge that it was Ms. Kavina who sent the email. He did. He was compliant during that meeting. And the conversation centered around how it was not school appropriate. The student understood, at least stated he understood, and was returned to class. A phone call was then placed to the student's mom from Ms. Fine.
Okay, and we heard that last week during the trial. That was from Ms. Fine to Jennifer Crumbley?
That is correct.
Okay, and was that a voicemail that was left?
It was left as a voicemail, yes.
Did the defendant's son indicate that he had received a gun for Christmas a few days before?
No.
So what happened next?
In terms of that meeting,
Yes.
the meeting was over. He returned to class,
How long was the meeting?
5 to 10 minutes.
Now, in the realm of either discipline or your role as a counselor, what does it take to move from a check-in to a phone call home?
It can be subjective. Oftentimes it would be if there's information we feel that is necessary for parents to know. Somewhere it's obvious is if you feel the student may be a threat to himself, or if there's any potential that that could be a possibility. If you have concerning information that the student has shared, or it could just be simply to confirm what a student has said is true.
So that's a phone call home. What does it take to actually call the parents in for a meeting immediately?
I would have to have a high level of concern that needed parental involvement.
And when's the next time you had any interaction with the defendant's son?
November 30th,
Okay, so that would be Tuesday the next day?
yes.
Right. So let's talk about the 30th. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 202. This is an email on Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, 8:05 a.m. From a teacher to you, Ms. Fine. Good morning. I know Jackie emailed you guys yesterday with some concerns about the defendant's son in our first hour class. Today he's watching videos on his phone of a guy gunning down people. It looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage / real event, but definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his other behaviors. Just wanted to keep you guys updated. Do you recall receiving that email?
I do.
Do you remember when you received it?
It was sent at 8:05. I believe I saw it approximately 20 to 30 minutes later.
Okay. And what was your reaction when you received this email?
My initial reaction was frustration of a student that just had a conversation about school appropriate behavior. And I wanted to make sure that I met with him.
Okay. So this is Exhibit 203. This is from another teacher to you at 9:32 a.m. Again, Tuesday, November 30th. Here's the photo I took of his paper in case you need it, with a picture of a math assignment. Now, what happened in between the time you saw this email, it was sent at 8:05, to this email sent at 9:32?
Yep. So I was on the phone with other parents at the time I received the first email. And when I was done with that phone call, at that time, Mr. Ejak actually was in my office as I was wrapping up the phone call.
Okay.
He had been presented with a picture of the math assignment from the math teacher and wanted to make sure I was involved in that
This picture?
conversation. I don't know exactly what it was. I know he was showing a picture on a cell phone.
Okay.
I would believe it was the initial one, but I do not know that for a fact. I never saw the cell phone.
That's fair.
So he wanted to involve me in a conversation with the student about the math assignment. And I wanted to talk to the student about the email that had been sent that morning. I do not know if he was on that email, Mr. Ejak was on that email about the watching the video or not.
Okay. So we talked about the email from that morning, we're referring to this email regarding the
Yes.
video.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the information I had at the time that I was making a decision to meet with the student, and Mr. Ejak had the information that there was a math assignment with something on it.
So at the time that you decided to meet with the defendant's son, you hadn't even seen this picture yet?
That is correct. So
Go ahead.
when Mr. Ejak came and mentioned that there was something going on with the student, I made the decision that I was going to go to the math class and retrieve the student. It's less concerning oftentimes for a counselor to walk into a class than a dean, because I could be talking about 50 different things with the student.
Okay.
So it just isn't going to raise suspicion for others. So I went to the class and asked the student if he could come with me, and I grabbed the math assignment as part of it.
So you grabbed the math assignment, so it was going to admit it as Exhibit 128. Now, this math assignment looks different than the one that was emailed to you. Did you receive an explanation as to why?
I didn't know there was a difference initially because for the first 30 minutes, all I had was the actual physical copy.
And that would be this in Exhibit 128?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So as I was meeting with the student in the office, I had the email about what had been sent about watching videos, and I had the copy that is currently on the screen of the math assignment. So I initially asked the student, what was it that you were watching in class? Why am I receiving an email from a teacher one day after I know you just had a conversation about what's appropriate in school and what's not? The student told me he was watching a video game on his phone. Not uncommon, also not school appropriate, especially given the context of what we had just had in the conversation.
Okay.
So we had a conversation about making that good choice and making wise choices. And then I grabbed the math assignment and I put it in between the student and I. So Mr. Ejak was actually in that meeting as well. He sat kind of off to my right. The student was across from me, across from my desk. And I asked him, okay, so we can talk about, making good choices in the classroom, but let's talk about this. And I put the assignment in between us.
And what stood out to you when you saw this?
Well, I wanted him to explain it to me, but some of the things that actually stood out to me the most were what was written on it. Because I read something like "the thoughts won't stop," and I could read "help me" underneath it being crossed out.
This is the part right here that I'm highlighting?
Yes.
Okay.
I read "harmless act." I saw what looked like one body, and my initial concern was that this student's drawing some things that lead me to think he might hurt himself.
Okay.
So I asked him to explain what's on here, because I didn't want it to just be me interpreting what he wrote. I wanted to hear what he had to say about it. And he told me initially that it was a video game, that he liked drawing video game characters, liked that area of entertainment, and that he wanted to go into video game design. So then I told him, okay, you can tell me that, but let's explain these words. Here you write "the thoughts won't stop." Here you write "harmless act." And here you write, I'm having to look at, I think it was like "my life is useless" or something like that, where he crossed it out.
This part that's highlighted right here?
Yeah, and I said, that doesn't sound like a video game to me.
So I take it then you didn't accept his explanation of the video game?
Not in totality, no, because I wanted to gain more context.
So did you make a decision at that point to do something?
Well, as he continued talking, he then started talking about things that were going on in his
What do
life.
you mean things that are going on?
Well, he mentioned that school's been tough during COVID, that a family member had passed recently, a family dog had died. He said a friend moved away. And as he was talking, I just kept hearing all these themes of sadness.
What was his
And-
demeanor like?
Appropriately sad. It matched what he was saying.
Yes.
And And so at that point, I told him, okay, this is a lot that you've got going on, and I want to make sure that we get you help. And so I told him, when I hear all of this, what I do is I'm going to call a parent. And I asked him, is there a parent you'd rather I call? He told me mom would probably be easier to get a hold of. So I called mom first and left a voicemail. This would have been approximately 20 to 25 minutes after the meeting started.
Okay.
So at this point, I just decided that it was enough that I wanted to involve a parent.
All right. You said you called mom first and left a voicemail.
I did.
Did you also call the defendant, James Crumbley?
I did, and it was right after leaving a voicemail. I'm not entirely sure if he answered or not. I think he did, but it was almost like there was just air on the other end.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to leave a message or anything. Mom then called me back a few minutes later, and we talked for, I would guess, 5 or 6 minutes. She was on speakerphone with her son for a brief part of that conversation, and I asked her to please be able to come in, that I had some concerns I wanted to go over. I texted her.
Did you specify those concerns?
Well, I texted her a picture of the math assignment. And by that time, I also then received the email that I think you put up earlier
So
of the math assignment.
by this point in time, this was 9:32 a.m. that Ms. Morgan sent it. Was the defendant's son already in your office at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you have a chance to look at this picture as well?
I looked briefly at it, but I was already on the phone with mom at that point.
Okay, this is exhibit 130. This is what we refer to as the original drawing.
Okay.
And you said you were on the phone with Jennifer Crumbley at that point?
Yeah, so I emailed her then the original drawing as well.
Okay, so you sent this to the student's mother?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to look at this?
I did look at it. Most of it confirmed what I thought was under the scribble outs, and I also noticed some words were added.
Okay. What words stood out to you?
What do you mean?
When you said words were added, what did you notice?
On the one where he added words, I know he added like OHS rocks or we're all friends here, which I kind of took as just a 15-year-old writing things. It
Okay.
didn't.
So you're referring to this exhibit 128, some additional words.
Yes, he added video game this is, OHS rocks. I think I love my life so much was added.
Okay.
Things that were facetious.
And that was after he was seen with this, is that correct? It was after he created this, exhibit 130?
Yes, it existed in its form as Exhibit 130 prior to the edits that I had seen on the paper.
Now, at some point, did both James and Jennifer Crumbley come to your office?
Yeah, so I ended up being on the phone with mom for that 5 to 6 minutes. She stated she was going to try and get dad to come to the office and she was unable to. And so during that point, we had about 20 minutes where I was sort of just waiting. During that time, I showed the student the list of resources I was going to give to his parents.
Tell me about that, please.
It was about a 3-page list of just different mental health services in the area. On it, it gave contact information for them. It gave specialization areas for them. And it gave oftentimes insurance, if it was accepted, if they worked without insurance, anything that they would work with payment plans. So I wanted him to see what I would be providing his parents.
Was the defendant's son with you from the point that you brought him out of class to the point that James and Jennifer Crumbley arrived at school?
Yes.
Okay, and approximately how long was that?
It was approximately an hour and a half. So around, I want to say a little before 10, probably like 9:45, 9:50, I received another call from mom stating that she was unable to get a hold of Dad and that she would be coming in.
Okay. Now, if I told you that we saw surveillance video that indicated you welcomed them, both James and Jennifer, in your office at 10:40 a.m., does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Now, what was your expectations of what was to happen at the end of that meeting?
My hope was that they were going to take him and either take him to get help or even just to take him to let's have a good day. Let's have a day where we just spend time with you, where we are with you.
To take him out of school?
Yeah.
Did you believe that he could be left alone at that point?
I didn't want him left alone. I didn't want to make that decision that he was okay to be left alone. So that's why I stayed with him for as long as I did until I had parents there.
Did you express to the student or his parents that you identified suicidal ideation?
Yes, I said that the student, when I asked the student if he had a plan, if he was a threat to himself or others, the student said, his words were something to the effect of, I can see why this looks bad. I'm not going to do anything. So I had all this information, but the student was saying he wasn't going to be doing anything. So when the parents came in, I went over all of the things I had seen over my time with the student, that he expressed the sadness over a dog passing. He expressed that COVID has been hard, that a family member passed, that a friend left. He expressed an argument the night before with parents.
Did he tell you details about the argument?
No.
Did he tell you that he received a gun a few days ago?
No.
Tell us about the meeting when James and Jennifer arrived.
It was initially odd to me that they were both there because I wasn't expecting that. But not to the point where I asked anything about it, just it was unexpected. Both parents followed me back to my office. The student, that was the one time he was in there by himself, was when I went out to greet the parents and brought them back. The student and his dad sat across from me, and mom sat in a chair kind of diagonal from me. And Mr. Ejak had left once we had confirmed parents were coming, and he returned for that portion of the meeting. So really, I felt like parents were confirming what I had said without giving additional information.
Hang on, let me ask you about that. You say confirming without giving additional information. I want to make sure I understand what you mean by that. So first of all, you've had these kind of meetings with parents in the past?
I have.
Okay. When you say confirming, is that something that would typically happen in these meetings?
It could, but oftentimes you may gain additional information. As you know, as a school employee, I had 90 minutes.
Okay.
He's 15 years old.
So did James or Jennifer give you any additional information?
No.
So tell me what you did and what was said.
So to start off the meeting, I asked mom if she had received the phone call from the previous day and that those events were true. She said yes. I talked about how the student had expressed these different areas of sadness, that his dog had passed, yes. A family member had passed, yep. Friends left. And all of those were just confirmed.
Is there any details about the circumstances of the friend leaving and the impact on their son?
I didn't know any details about it. No.
They didn't share any with you?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted again. Go ahead.
It's okay. So a lot of it was, I felt like I was bringing information and they knew it, but I wasn't gaining information. So at that point, I know I handed mom the list of resources and said I'd like him to get support outside of here. I'd like him to get help and have somebody that he can talk to. And Mom made mention that they would, but they couldn't right away. So I told Mom that I wanted him to get help as soon as possible, today if possible, and was told that wasn't possible.
Okay, told by James, Jennifer, or both?
By Jennifer.
Okay.
James at that time, to my memory, was talking with his son.
Do you recall what he said?
I remember it, yes. He was looking at the math assignment with his son.
You say math assignment, are we talking about?
It's the hard copy.
So we're referring to this exhibit 128?
Yes.
Okay.
And he was talking to his son and mentioned that, you know, you have people you can talk to. You can talk to your counselor, you have your journal, we talk. And it felt appropriate at that time, but.
At that point, did he share any details about anything you had discussed?
I don't recall any additional details, no. But my concern at that point was that there wasn't any action happening.
When his wife said that they can't, did he protest that?
No.
So you said you had a concern that no action was happening, so what did you decide to do?
Well, I told them that with getting help, I said I wanted to see movement on within 48 hours, and then I'd be following up.
If the shooting didn't occur, what was your plan?
I was going to meet with the student the next morning and see if they had had conversations about it, if they had made some plans to move towards some sort of therapy.
And if that didn't occur, what were you going to do?
I was going to call Child Protective Services.
Now, generally speaking, within Oxford High School, is it preferred to send the student home when an issue arises, or keep the student at school?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean with that.
So you didn't call the police,
As a counselor, I can't send a student home anyway.
but you didn't want him to be alone.
I didn't want him to be alone. So in this context, my thought was when parents were saying they had to return to work, I wanted to make sure the student was with people because my concern was him, was his well-being and his ability to be safe and cared for.
Did James Crumbley elaborate at all on the fight they had the night before?
No.
Now, how long did tell us how the meeting ended?
Jennifer asked if they were done, which felt abrupt. And during that time, the student had also expressed interest. He wanted to go back to class. I asked Mr. Ejak if there was any, like from a discipline standpoint, is there anything you need to do? Is there any reason he can't go to class? And I was told no. So I wrote him a pass to return to his end of his third hour.
When Jennifer asked, are we done here, did James protest at all?
No.
So tell us what happened as you wrote the student a pass.
I told the student that I cared about him and wanted him to know that I just wanted him to know that.
Did either James or Jennifer say that to him?
No.
Mr. Hopkins, do you have any knowledge of firearms?
Very limited.
Would you know what this firearm depicts? What kind of firearm?
A handgun.
Is that the extent of your knowledge?
Yeah.
What about this bullet here?
A bullet.
Just a bullet? And neither James nor Jennifer said anything about the firearm or the bullet?
No.
Now, you indicated that you passed on a 3-page list of resources for mental health providers.
I did.
I'm going to show you a screenshot of 137 here. In James's hand, does this appear to be that list of resources?
Objection, I would say that calls for speculation. I don't think Mr. Hopkins knows what's in Mr. Crumbley's hand.
Do you know what's in his hand?
I know that it's multiple pages of paper, and I handed him a stapled 3-page piece of paper.
Okay. Did you see anything in Jennifer Crumbley's hands?
I do not. Well, a phone. and something in her right hand, but I'm not sure. Maybe. I see a phone.
Now, in years as a high school counselor, how many times have you had to call a parent in and tell either mom or dad or guardian that you identified suicidal ideation in their child?
15 to 20, over a dozen.
Any of those meetings, did a parent fail to take their child home?
I can't think of any, no.
Now, you indicated this was a confirming responses from James and Jennifer Crumbley. In those other meetings, were parents sharing information?
Oftentimes, yes. Oftentimes parents would come in and want to paint a more complete picture of their student, of their situation. Oftentimes, all the time, I feel parents know their kids better than I do. If all I ever did was meet with students, I might have 2 hours a year with each student.
Do you rely upon the parent for that information?
Absolutely.
I've got the truth. Thank you, Joe.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hopkins.
Good morning.
I'm going to go back to your first interactions with Mr. Crumbley's son. I'm not going to use his name, so if for some reason the way that I'm referring to his son confuses you, just let me know. If we're using too many he's, does that make sense?
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you. So your first interactions with Mr. Crumbley's son were in the fall of 2020.
Well, fall of 2020. No, it would have been spring of 2021.
Okay, so it would have been before the 2021 school year.
Yes.
And that was for planning his class schedule, is that correct?
That would have been the main reason that we would have met with every freshman. And then I had that email that was displayed earlier from his English teacher.
The May of 2021 email.
Yes.
And after that May of 2021 email, you didn't specifically recall having a meeting with Mr. Crumbley's son.
I don't have memory of that meeting, no.
In fact, you went back and reviewed your records and determined that there appears to have been a phone call. That you called him down to your office?
I called into his class and called him down to my
Okay,
office.
but you don't remember ever meeting with him?
I don't remember the meeting.
You did not contact Mr. Crumbley or his wife after that May of 2021 email?
That is correct.
So other than discussing Mr. Crumbley's son's class schedule with him, and then maybe meeting with him in May of 2021 about that email, you don't recall any additional interactions with Mr. Crumbley's son before November 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
In September of 2021, you received another email from a teacher which was displayed, I believe it was exhibit 199, which would be an email from a teacher talking about a poem. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that he had a class assignment of writing an autobiography poem.
And he had said to that teacher, he'd made some concerning statements in that poem.
Yeah, so if I can give a little more context to this was actually a Spanish class. So the poem wouldn't have even been in English.
Okay, so he used words in Spanish?
That is my understanding after talking to the teacher.
And the Spanish teacher had concerns about the Spanish words that he used?
That is my understanding based on the email. I also followed up with the teacher and gained further context about it.
Right, and as a result of gaining further context, you were not concerned?
Because the teacher lowered the level of concern for me, yes.
So even though your response that you were going to catch up with Mr. Crumbley's son even though that's in the email, you didn't actually meet with him because you had the conversation with the teacher.
That is correct.
Again, you didn't notify James Crumbley or his wife about the teacher's concern in September of 2021.
No, I did not.
And you didn't forward them the email.
No.
And that was because in your mind, based on the information that you had, there was nothing to be concerned about.
Well, I just gained further context from the teacher and made the decision based off of that information.
And had no concerns.
I think that you're putting those words in to make it a little more extreme. But what I would say is I gained context and made a decision based off of that.
And if you had been concerned, if you had had sufficient concern, you would have reached out to Mr. Crumbley or his wife.
If it had raised the level of concern where I felt I needed to, I would have, yes.
So then on November 10th of 2021, you received another email from a different teacher.
From the same teacher.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. It was the same teacher. She asked you to check in with Mr. Crumbley's son on November 10th.
She said he might need to speak with you.
And she said that she believed he was having a hard time.
She said he's having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you.
The next day, you responded and indicated that you would check in with him.
Later that evening, after the school day was over, I responded, I believe.
So you obviously couldn't have met with him that day because the school day was over, correct?
She sent the email at the end of the school day, and I responded approximately 2 hours after the end of the school day.
So you couldn't have met with him that day because the school day was over. Is that fair?
He would not have been there.
So you would have met with him the next day.
Yes.
And do you believe that you did meet with him on November 11th?
Yes.
You spoke with him in the hallway?
Yes, I caught him in between classes.
You simply told him that you were available if he needed to talk?
Yes.
There was no further discussion with him at that time?
No, because the way the email was written was that he might need to speak with you. So I just wanted to let him know that there was an opening if he wanted to speak with me.
And having a rough time, like the teacher indicated in her email on November 10th, having a rough time isn't necessarily something that raises red flags. Is that fair?
I didn't have any other context as to what was going on, and I just wanted to offer a chance for the student to speak if he needed to do so.
And his response, if you recall, was something along the lines of, okay, thanks, okay. And I'm not asking you to quote him because I don't know if you remember, but it was not an uncommon response. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it was a normal response given the situation.
You did not email James Crumbley or his wife about that November 10th email, correct?
I did not email them, no.
Or the November 11th brief meeting with their son?
Correct.
You did not forward that email to Mr. Crumbley or his wife?
I did not.
So then the next interaction that you had with Mr. Crumbley's son was on November 29th of 2021, and that was a Monday, if you recall?
Yes, that would have been a Monday.
You were forwarded another email that was sent to Nicholas, Ejak, and Pamela Fine, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And this is the third email you've received from a teacher since this school year began, if you recall.
Yes, it would have been.
September of 21, November 10th of 2021, and now November 29th of 2021. The email advised that Mr. Crumbley's son was looking at bullets on his phone at the end of class.
Could I see the email?
Yes. Is it at 2:01?
This is just the forward, so it doesn't have the actual email in it.
You were advised that that was the concern, was that Mr. Crumbley's son was looking at bullets on his phone.
I believe that to be true, but this email you have on the screen isn't the one that says that.
Correct. The email doesn't say it, but you were aware that that's why the teacher was concerned.
Could I
that's why
see
the
that
teacher was
email?
emailing. I don't know if that's an email.
That email was displayed earlier, I think. It was sent to Mr. Ejak and Ms. Fine.
That was the one.
It's at the bottom.
Oh, there we
it
go.
is. Thank
There we
you.
go. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the email I was forwarded. And it just was at the end of the hour. The teacher didn't get a chance to really find out what was going on, but it just glanced at it and had seen that.
And I'll leave that up in case you need to look at it.
Thank you.
So you were aware that on November 29th of 2021, at the time you received this forwarded email, that Mr. Crumbley's son was looking at bullets on his phone in class.
Yes, after reading this email, I was aware.
At some point, well, let me go in order. Shortly after this email, you then met with Mr. Crumbley's son and Pamela Fine.
Yes,
And you met in your office or Ms. Fine's office?
it was in Ms. Fine's office.
And you were there just as support, but Ms. Fine did most of the talking. Is that fair?
Yes, I would say that was fair.
And Ms. Fine talked to Mr. Crumbley's son about looking at bullets on his phone?
She did. She actually asked him to describe why would a teacher be contacting me right now? And the student was forthcoming in what had happened in class.
He was forthcoming. He was honest, to your knowledge,
To
right?
our knowledge, he shared what we had in the email.
He told you what class he was in looking at bullets. He said he was looking at bullets, and he even explained why he was looking at bullets, if you recall.
He said that he and mom had been at the shooting range over the weekend and he was researching what they had done.
And if you recall, Ms. Fine acknowledged that what Mr. Crumbley's son was doing may not have been appropriate, but there really didn't seem a lot of concern. Would you agree with that?
Well, the concern was that it wasn't appropriate, and that the concern was then expressed by placing a phone call home.
So the concern was the appropriateness of the behavior in class.
Yes,
And at that point, a voicemail was left for Jennifer Crumbley.
yes,
You said that, if you recall, Mr. Crumbley's son was understanding during the meeting. He didn't fight with you about it. He listened, and eventually he went back to class.
yes, I would agree with that.
Later in the day, you received an email from the same teacher who expressed that some of Mr. Crumbley's son's prior work may have been a little violent.
No, that was in the same email.
It's in the same email?
It is.
Or was it in an email sent later in the day?
No, it's in the same email from that morning. It was up on the screen. It's at the bottom of it.
The one that was originally sent to Mr. Ejak and Ms. Fine,
Yes,
that was later forwarded to you.
yes.
You didn't see any of those assignments prior to meeting with Mr. Crumbley's son.
That is correct.
If you had seen those assignments, it probably wouldn't have changed your approach to the meeting, correct? Because the approach was really more about the appropriateness of the behavior. Is that
I mean, it's a hypothetical of what we would have done. We acted on the information we had.
And the information that you had was that he was looking at bullets in class.
Yes.
And looking at bullets is not necessarily something that is in itself concerning to you, correct?
I think you're kind of trying to put it in like a pigeonhole. We were trying to gain context of what was going on in the situation. Because a student looking at something on their phone at the end of the hour is different than a student brazenly doing it throughout the entirety of the class. But our conversation was, is this school appropriate or not?
And in fact, if you recall, your position was at the time, it wasn't necessarily concerning because he was honest about it. It seemed kind of a commonplace thing given the Oxford community and the gun culture in the Oxford community and things of that nature that you took into a factor.
We took a lot of things into a factor, including the fact that we conversed of how it was not school appropriate. And that's why a phone call was placed home.
As I just indicated, the Oxford area was and may still be a hunting community if you know.
Okay?
I'm asking.
People hunt who live in Oxford.
In 2021, you would classify it as a hunting community.
I would say that there are people who are hunt there, yes.
Activities with guns were a common hobby in 2021, if you know.
I mean, there were people who had guns as a hobby, yes.
It was common for students to be interested in guns
I'm sure there are students who are interested in guns.
and to go to the shooting range.
Yes, students would go to the shooting range.
I'm just going to object to make sure that Dennis is speaking with personal knowledge. It appears counsel is asking him to give general speculation.
Well, if you know, if you know, you're not familiar with gun yourself, it sounds like, so just if you know.
Okay.
Students going to the shooting range isn't viewed as unusual or concerning in and of itself. Is that correct?
I think that you've got to have context with all of these.
Right, and I'm just asking, in and of itself, a student going to the gun range, the shooting range, is not concerning in and of itself.
It depends on the context, because a student weightlifting is not concerning in and of itself unless they're doing it inappropriately, right? So you're taking something that's a broad statement that can have a wide context.
And on November 29th of 2021, Mr. Crumbley's son told you and Ms. Fine that he'd gone to the shooting range with his mom the weekend before.
Correct.
That in itself is not concerning to you.
He did it in a way that was appropriate.
You would agree, and can you refresh my memory, how long were you in the Oxford School District as of 2021?
7 years.
And in that 7 years, you learned that many households had firearms in the household. Would you agree with that, if you know?
What is many? There are people who own guns. There are people who own guns.
Okay, and you as a counselor at the school, you were aware of that?
Yes.
It wasn't completely unheard of?
No.
It was also relevant when looking at the situation, it was also relevant for you to note the fact that Mr. Crumbley's son was not hiding that he was looking at the bullets, or didn't hide it from you when he spoke with you and Ms. Fine.
Well, he didn't lie about what had happened.
And that was important to you.
Yes.
As a result of the meeting with Ms. Fine, with you and Ms. Fine, Mr. Crumbley's son was not disciplined.
To my knowledge, no.
There was a phone call placed to his mother, which we've talked about. There was a voicemail left. You did not yourself call Mr. Crumbley.
I did not.
You did not forward him the emails that you received.
I did not.
You don't know if that voicemail was ever shared with Mr. Crumbley. Is that fair?
Well, we talked about it in our meeting the next day.
Okay. On the 29th, you don't know if Mr. Crumbley was ever made aware.
I would have no way of knowing that. No.
Right, you wouldn't know. You responded to the situation of Mr. Crumbley's son looking at bullets on November 29th on his phone with the information that you had.
I did.
And from what you knew at the time, other than the behavior being inappropriate for school, you didn't see anything else that might have been concerning.
Well, and I want to make clear, I wouldn't be the one doing discipline in this situation. So,
And I'm asking, and let me clarify, I'm just asking from a counselor's perspective. I'm not asking for discipline. You clarified that Mr. Ejak did discipline.
okay. So could you repeat your question, please?
Yes. As a counselor, on November 29th of 2021, you didn't see anything overly concerning about what we've just talked about with looking at bullets on the phone. That the focus was more that looking at bullets on his phone was inappropriate for school.
So are you asking from a mental health standpoint, did I see anything concerning?
Not really. I don't know that you're a mental health professional. I mean, you're a school counselor and you do have some training and education in that. I'm not asking for you to go anywhere outside of your education and experience. Just as a high school counselor, sitting in Ms. Fine's office with the information that you had, you didn't see a bunch of red flags. We've talked about, and let me give you some, let me go over it a little bit. You've discussed that you know that there are households in Oxford that have firearms in them, right?
Yes, there are.
You know that people in Oxford hunt.
Some do, yes.
You know that students are interested in guns.
Some can be, yes.
You know that students look at bullets.
We had one student who did that in that situation, yes.
You know that student, Mr. Crumbley's son, was honest about looking at the bullets when he was asked about it.
To the extent of our knowledge, yes, he was.
He told you that he'd gone to the shooting range with his mom
Yes.
the weekend before.
Yes.
Those things were not concerning to you.
Taking those things in a vacuum is why we called home. That's why
And,
Ms. Stein called home.
and she said, we had this meeting, we told him it's not appropriate, he understands, no need to call back unless you have questions, right?
I don't remember the exact voicemail that was left.
The voicemail was not, we need you to come to school right now.
To my memory, it was not, but again, I don't remember the exact voicemail that was left.
On November 30th of 2021, you received another email. It's this one, Exhibit 202, which was from another teacher who was talking about Mr. Crumbley's son looking at a video of a guy gunning people down. Correct?
Yeah, so this teacher was a co-teacher in that same first hour class.
From the day before?
Yes.
Okay. You reviewed that email on November 30th of 2021.
I did.
You made the decision to, I think you said you didn't see it for about 20 or 30 minutes.
I didn't. I was on the phone and I actually responded to it while I was on the phone. And then upon ending that conversation, was going to go meet with the student.
And this is the fourth email that you've received about Mr. Crumbley's son since the beginning of the 2021 school year.
Yes.
The third email in 2 days.
Is it?
You would have received
I think it's the second in 2 days.
the November 29th email about the bullets, and then do you recall receiving a follow-up email later that day?
It was a confirmation of that.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the second one with additional information.
Okay. The second one on a different issue, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The teacher described the video as a movie scene, but not a real event.
Yeah, she said it looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage / a real event.
She expressed some concern based on, quote, some of his other behaviors.
Yeah, but definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his other behaviors, yes.
You did not forward this email to Mr. Crumbley after you received it.
Well, no, but over an hour later, I called him into the school.
Right. And you decided after receiving this email that you were going to meet with Mr. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
Approximately an hour after receiving this email, Mr. Ejak advised you of another report made by a teacher about Mr. Crumbley's son.
Yes, as I was about to go and call down his son, Mr. Ejak actually came into my office with information about the math assignment.
And that there were some concerning comments and markings on the math assignment.
I didn't have any context about the math assignment. I just knew there was something about it.
At that point, you hadn't seen it. You were just going off of what you were being told. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. So you went to Mr. Crumbley's son's classroom.
I did.
You called him out of class.
I walked to his classroom.
Yeah, when I called out, I meant like at his classroom, you went and got him.
Yes.
Okay. While you were there, you also obtained a copy of the worksheet that we've seen. I did. And that would have been what I call the modified worksheet. That would be the one that had the things scratched out and the words added that you identified and things like that.
Yes.
You and Mr. Crumbley's son went back to your office where Nicholas Ejak was waiting in your office, if you recall.
Yes, that is correct.
It was at that point or shortly thereafter that you called Mr. Crumbley's wife.
Approximately 20 minutes into our meeting, yes.
So you met with Mr. Crumbley's son for about 20 minutes.
Yes.
It was during that meeting that Mr. Crumbley's son told you about his family member passing away.
He did.
About his dog passing away.
Yes.
About his friend moving away.
Yes.
Talked about COVID being hard on him.
Yes.
He had a hard time with virtual school, if you remember.
He did say that, yes.
And you asked about the drawings and the markings and the things on the assignment that you had in front of you.
Yes, I asked him to clarify what was going on in the assignment, but I also talked about the email I had received, and I had also talked about in context of the conversation we had yesterday.
Okay. So some of the meeting was about inappropriate behavior. Is that fair?
It started off with a conversation about that because I didn't know what was on the phone. So I asked him what he was watching.
Okay.
And then we talked about, look, we just had a conversation yesterday about appropriate behavior in class. This feels like the same thing that we're dealing with here. And after we had talked about that for a few minutes, I brought the math sheet out and asked him to start explaining to me what was on there.
And when the prosecutor was asking you questions, you said initially when you got that email around it would have been 8:30 when you saw the email from the teacher, initially you were frustrated. In fact, you used the word frustrated.
I was frustrated, yes.
And it was kind of like, we just talked about this yesterday. Does that kind of explain what you were feeling at the time?
Yes, I would say that we just had a conversation about this. Why am I hearing about something similar again?
So you talked a little bit about that, and then you talked about the homework, or the math assignment or the math paper that we saw, and you asked for some more context about what was on the paper.
Well, initially I asked him to just describe what was on the paper, and he started talking about how it was a video game, that he liked designing them, liked drawing them. And then I asked for him to explain the words on it, because I didn't feel those were as easily explained by simply stating, well, it's a video game.
And in fact, you said that you didn't want to give context to his words. You didn't want to assume what he meant. You wanted to hear from him what those words meant.
Yes.
And he gave context.
He did. That's when his demeanor changed from kind of being like, what do I have to say to get out of here and just not get in trouble, to he became sad.
And you used the word appropriate to describe his level of sadness based on what he was telling you.
The way he was acting matched what he was saying. To me, it's sad if a family dog dies or a family pet dies. It's sad if a relative dies or a friend moves away. So his demeanor matched what he was saying.
And again, in and of itself, being sad is something that you talked about, you saw an increase of after COVID in your students. Do you recall that?
Yes, and we did.
And that was not, again, in and of itself. And I'm not asking you to, I'm not trying to trick you by asking these questions. I'm not trying to give meaning to something that isn't there. I'm asking you, based on the information that you had at the time, you felt that his sadness was an appropriate level of sadness, not overly concerning. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but the sadness itself was not necessarily overly concerning beyond wanting him to talk to someone.
Appropriate and concerning are two different things.
Okay.
When I say appropriate, I mean it matched with what he was saying. Something can be an appropriate response, but also be heavily concerning, right? Like, I don't know a good example off the top of my head, but what I'm saying is his demeanor matched with what he was saying, but to me it was concerning, which is why I called parents.
Right, exactly why you called parents. So if he had been sitting in front of you and talked about these losses and was kind of like, yeah, it's no big deal, it's not a big deal, that could also be concerning.
It would be a different type of concerning, yes.
If he said, I lost the top to my pen and was crumbling in pieces and falling into a puddle of tears on your floor, that would be concerning, but for different reasons.
It would be memorable and concerning, yes.
So the losses that he experienced, you agree, I think we can all agree, were significant.
I think when taken in totality, yeah.
And he was showing you that he was sad.
Yes.
He was also expressing during this meeting that he had concerns about missing class, if you recall.
He did, especially as after classes changed, which is a normal thing. He expressed that he was worried about missing his chemistry class, which was his next class after the math class. So during that time, Mr. Ejak went and retrieved his belongings and went to go get homework for his chemistry class.
And I'm going to go over that in just a second too, but if you recall, and I don't know if you pay close attention to your students' attendance, but if you recall, Mr. Crumbley's son had pretty good attendance.
He did.
He didn't miss school a lot.
No, he did not.
If you recall, his grades weren't great.
No, but he was on track for graduation. He was passing. I believe he was failing one class at the time, and it was not by much.
So he was close to passing all of his classes. One of them he was failing, but close to passing.
Yes.
So his attendance and his grades obviously were not overly concerning to you.
I wouldn't say overly concerning, but a student who cares about class and wants to, he had expressed an argument the night before and wanted to go to class, had expressed, frustration of missing school during COVID and just that entirety. So it wasn't strange at that point to have a student not want to miss class.
Right, that wasn't odd to you at all, given his history. Now, if he were somebody who missed school all the time and was failing all of his classes, he's like, I really want to be in school, I really want to do my homework, you might feel a little differently, is that fair?
I would say it was in line based with the information I had.
Okay. And you said that after Mr. Crumbley's son expressed these concerns about missing class, that Mr. Ejak went to it was the first hour class to get the backpack?
It would have been in his second hour class where his belongings were, yes.
So Mr. Ejak went to his second hour class to get his belongings and brought his belongings back to your office?
Yes, this would have been after we had confirmed parents were coming, probably a little after 10 a.m.
He, if you recall, began working on schoolwork, waiting for his parents to get there.
That is my recollection, yes.
Also, if you remember, while you were waiting for his parents, you also began watching some videos with him.
Yep, so he had expressed different things he wanted to do after high school. And he had expressed wanting to go into video game design. I know that when students are waiting for parents, it can be high anxiety time for them. So I wanted to try and engage him as best as I could. So we actually watched videos from the OTEC, the Technical Center campus, where they had programs that were centered around what he wanted to do. So we talked about what it would look like to do an application for them, because he was a sophomore and he would be able to apply for the next school year. And so I did that, one, to kind of just bridge that time that can be high anxiety, and two, if you have any inkling that a student may potentially be displaying any signs of suicide or suicidal ideation, getting a gauge of future plans is crucial. So I wanted to get that gauge as well.
And he did that, and he picked out some videos to watch, is that fair? And you picked some out?
Yeah.
You also asked him during that time if he was a threat to himself or anyone else.
I asked him that earlier.
And that is part of your assessment of the situation, is that fair?
Well, it was a question I felt needed to be asked based on what I had.
And based on your education, your experience, and your training, you know that that's an important question to ask.
In that situation, yes.
And he basically said, I know this looks bad, but I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah, it wasn't said as flippantly, but it was, he understood, like, I can see why this looks bad. I'm not going to do anything.
Okay. So, although you had concerns, you also had the student in front of you reassuring you that he was not going to hurt himself or anyone else.
Based on what he told me, yes.
Mr. Crumbley and his wife arrived at approximately 10:30. I think that there was some time lag between them getting to the school and actually getting into your office of about 10 minutes, if you recall.
Okay, I don't know when they arrived at the school. I know when they arrived to my office.
Their son was in your office when they got there.
Yes.
Mr. Ejak came into the office after Mr. Crumbley and his wife came into your office.
Yes.
Because at some point he left while you were sitting with Mr. Crumbley's son.
He left once we had confirmed that parents were coming.
Mr. Ejak comes back in. When Mr. Crumbley and his wife walk in, I just want to lay the room out a little bit. So there's your desk. You're on one side. On the other side was Mr. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
There was a second chair in front of your desk.
Yes.
Mr. Crumbley sat in the second chair next to his son.
Yes.
And then Mrs. Crumbley sat in a third chair that was available in was it behind Mr. Crumbley a little bit?
So there were two across from my desk, and then there was one that was kind of off on a corner, and that's where she sat.
Your office was not the size of this room, is that fair?
Yeah, that is fair.
Okay. Fairly small.
It's not small. It's a decent sized office, but it had space where there were two seats across from me, one seat kind of on a kitty corner, a door, and then some space kind of off to what would have been my right as I was sitting in my office.
And Mr. Ejak would have been kind of off to your right, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't sitting in one of the 3 or 4 chairs with your chair. He was kind of off to the side.
That is correct.
You testified when the prosecutor was asking you questions that while you were talking with Mrs. Crumbley, that you recall Mr. Crumbley was interacting with his son.
I do.
you said that Mr. Crumbley looked at the math assignment, the modified math assignment, because that's the one that you had, that he looked at the modified math assignment with his son.
That is correct.
They looked at it together and that he showed concern for his son.
Yeah, it felt like he was interacting with his son and that he mentioned some things that were available for his son.
And we'll talk about that in just a minute. You felt that Mr. Crumbley's interactions with his son, that he was showing the appropriate level of care and caring for him at that point in your office.
Yes, on the surface level, yes.
You confirmed that Mr. Crumbley's son had gone to the shooting range the weekend before.
I did.
You confirmed that he had those losses. He lost a family member, his family dog, and a friend who moved away, that he experienced all those things in the year of 2021.
I also asked, and he had mentioned an argument the night before as well.
And they told you about the argument.
They confirmed that there had been a disagreement, yes.
It's not uncommon for 15-year-olds to argue with their parents, is that fair?
In a surface level statement, yes, that can happen.
Mrs. Crumbley also confirmed that her son had struggled with virtual school during COVID.
She did.
And
Yes.
that confirms what Mr. Crumbley's son had also told you about not liking virtual school.
Yes.
You told Mr. Crumbley and his wife that, well, let me back up a little bit. You told the prosecutor that your hope was that Mr. Crumbley and his wife would take their son out of school, either get him to see someone to talk to, or to go have a really fun day.
My words to them were I'd like him to get help as soon as possible today if possible.
And so you expressed to them that you wanted him to get help as soon as possible today if possible.
Yes.
And Mrs. Crumbley said, we can't do today, we have to go back to work.
Yes.
They assured you though, or at least you felt assured, that they were going to get him help.
They were not against it, and they made it seem as if it would be something that they would be willing to do.
Okay. So you handed these 3 sheets of paper to one of them. They didn't toss it in the garbage, right?
Not in front of me, no.
Right. They didn't scoff about it and say, we're not doing this.
They took the paper.
Right. So you had no reason to believe that they weren't going to get their help either at some point, get their son help either some point that day or as soon as possible.
Based on the conversation, no, but that's also why I planned the follow-up meeting with the student the next day, was to ensure that there was some movement.
And you planned the follow-up meeting kind of in, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but you kind of planned it in your head, like this is my next step.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't express that during the meeting.
No.
In the meeting, you expressed that you were going to follow up in about 48 hours.
Well, because when mom said that today wasn't an option, I said 48 hours then, I'll be following up.
Okay. So in your mind, you had some kind of timing that you were going to follow up to make sure that things were being followed through on. Obviously, we know that first check-in point didn't come. But you told them within 48 hours you wanted something done by the next morning. And based on your meeting, you didn't have any reason to think that Mr. Crumbley or his wife were not going to follow up.
I would agree.
Essentially, you wanted to ensure, and I believe that you expressed this to Mr. Crumbley and his wife, wanted to ensure that their son's situation and his sadness didn't get worse.
Right. I wanted to ensure that we had something that, if left unchecked, could get worse.
Right. So sitting in the meeting, you weren't concerned necessarily that day, or even by the next morning, that their son was going to harm himself.
Based on what he had told me, I did not believe him to be actively harming himself, no.
Or anyone else.
Based on what he had told me, no.
Mr. Crumbley's son expressed that he wanted to stay in school.
He did.
He wanted to stay in school for some of the reasons we've discussed. He didn't like virtual school. He wanted to make sure he could stay up with school. He didn't want to miss class. These are some of the reasons that he gave you.
Yes, those were some of the reasons. He really just said that I struggled with virtual school. I want to make sure I'm staying on top of what I have to do.
And that wasn't concerning to you, that he wanted to stay in school?
No,
Obviously, it's not concerning, right?
in that situation, no, it's not, but given the context of what I was hoping, you take the kid's desires into consideration, but at the end of the day, you want a team making that decision.
And if you recall, you had just had 2 virtual days of school, I think the week before.
Yes, leading up to Thanksgiving, we did have days that were virtual.
We talked about this a little while ago. To your knowledge, if you recall, and if you don't, just please tell me, he'd only missed 1 day of school that school year.
I know he had good attendance. I don't remember the exact days.
With Mrs. Crumbley expressing that she and Mr. Crumbley had to return to work that day, and Mr. Crumbley's son expressing a desire to stay in school, you felt that it was okay for Mr. Crumbley's son to remain in school.
I felt that I was not given full options at that point because really what I was left trying to decide between was I have parents saying they have to return to work. I have a student that I don't want left alone. And so that's when I asked Mr. Ejak, is there anything from a discipline standpoint? Is there any reason he can't stay in school? Is there anything you need to do? And then I made the decision, I made a judgment call based on what I had, is I didn't want a student potentially home alone.
So based on the information that you had, you decided that it was okay for him to remain in school.
I decided that that was the best decision I thought I could make on the information.
Okay. Based on that meeting, Mr. Crumbley's son, to your knowledge, was not contemplating suicide. You said that he had suicidal ideations, but that's different than being actively suicidal.
It is. The student stated that he was not actively suicidal.
You knew that he had been to the gun range with his mom the weekend prior.
Yes,
You knew at a minimum that he had access to a firearm the weekend before because he went to the gun range.
I knew that he had been to a gun range and had used a firearm at a gun range, yes.
You did not ask him on November 30th of 2021 if he had access to a firearm.
I did not.
You had no reason to look into whether or not he had access to a firearm. Would you agree with that? Based on the information you had?
It's easy to go in hindsight on a lot of things. Based on what my concerns were, I was concerned about student well-being.
And again, you said it's easy to go in hindsight. So we know what happened within a couple hours of this meeting.
Sure.
We all in this courtroom know what happened. It's easy for us to look back and say that different decisions could have been made, right?
I made the decisions I made based on the information I had
At the time.
at the time.
You don't have the benefit of hindsight at 10:40 or 10:50 a.m. on November 30th of 2021. Is that fair?
I had 90 minutes of information.
You suggested that his parents find a therapist for him to talk to or evaluate him.
I did.
You have had experience with parents who have refused to provide mental health treatment to their child. Is that accurate? Do you recall that?
Off the top of my head, I'm not recalling a specific instance of that.
If it occurred, do you remember testifying previously about that?
I don't know.
Okay. Would reviewing your testimony on that help to refresh your recollection?
If we want to bring it up, sure.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you.
If you'd like to read the highlighted portions, Mr. Hopkins.
You can just read that to yourself and let us know if it refreshes your recollection. All right?
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, so I've asked, like, if it's occurred, and I say it's not overly common, but I'm sure it does happen. But I'm giving a for instance of what we would do in that type of situation if it were to happen.
May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you. So that reviewing, based on what you just said, reviewing the transcript has helped to refresh your recollection.
Well, what I'm stating in the transcript is in a situation where that could happen, that what we would do is involve CPS and make sure that the student is receiving ordinary care.
In fact, the question was,
You told Jerry what CPS is.
Child Protective Services would be involved if that situation were to occur.
in fact, the question was, thank you, okay. Had you ever dealt with a kid at school who you felt needed psychiatric care and yet the parents didn't provide it in some fashion or another? Your answer was yes, that had occurred.
And then I go on to explain what would happen in that type of situation.
Right, you said it's not really common, it does happen. If it did happen, this is what we would do. Correct?
Correct.
And I know I've asked this a couple of times, but you didn't have any reason to believe on November 30th of 2021 that James Crumbley or his wife were not going to follow through and obtain a therapist for their child to talk to.
I didn't have enough time to know if that would happen or not. Given our context of our conversation, no, I didn't have reason to believe that at that time.
If you recall, the meeting with Mr. Crumbley and his wife and their son concluded at approximately 10:50 in the morning.
That sounds about right, yes.
Their son left the room first, if you recall, went back to class.
Yes,
The shooting occurred began at approximately 12:51 p.m. that day.
it did.
After you heard that there was a shooter at the school, you did not immediately suspect that it was Mr. Crumbley's son, if you remember.
I did not.
In fact, you didn't suspect that it was Mr. Crumbley's son until you looked into his attendance after the shooting.
Correct.
This is also after Mr. Crumbley's son had already been arrested.
Quite a bit after, yes.
I'm going to talk about just a few things. Just go back to your direct testimony with the prosecutor. So that calling a parent in is a high level of concern.
Yes,
And that could be a concern for appropriate behavior.
it could be, yes.
It could be a concern for the student's well-being.
It could be.
It could be a concern that the student needs immediate care or help.
Yes,
It could be for any number of reasons. A high level of concern is dependent on the situation. Is that fair?
yes, I would agree.
If you're concerned with going to Mr. Crumbley's son's class on November 30th of 2021 is you specifically mentioned that you went because it doesn't basically raise concern or red flags if a counselor goes down to get a student out of class.
Yes, that is true. And I had very little information at that point as to what was going on. So I wanted to make sure to do it. And I knew that the dean wanted me involved in a conversation. So I knew that student support was at least a potential plan at that point.
When you were discussing, you said that you told Mr. Crumbley's son while you were meeting with him before his parents got there that you wanted his parents to get him help. Do you remember discussing that with the prosecution?
I do.
At that time, Mr. Crumbley's son didn't say, thank goodness, I've been begging my parents for help and they haven't given it to me.
I'm not sure many students would.
He didn't say, I'm glad you're going to ask them because I've asked them and they didn't listen.
He did not say that, no.
He didn't say, I really need this and I'm really glad that you're doing this for me.
He did not.
He didn't say any of that.
No, which also would not be, it's not uncommon for students to not have a big response to something like that.
If he had said any of those things, obviously your reaction would be different when Mr. Crumbley and his wife got to the school.
It would be different information that I did not have, yes.
And when Mr. Crumbley and his wife were at the school, they also didn't say anything about, or Mr. Crumbley didn't say anything specifically about, wow, son, you really did need some help. You've been asking me for it, right?
No.
The discussion was simply looking at the math assignment, the modified math assignment, and then Mr. Crumbley expressing to his son, you know you have people to talk to, right?
That was a piece of it over the 10 minutes, yes.
that, that they've talked. Mr. Crumbley and his son have spoken.
Yep, he did say that they talked.
When discussing the impact of Mr. Crumbley's son's friend leaving, you don't know that Mr. Crumbley's son had ever expressed how significant that impact was on him. Is that fair? Until sitting in your office.
I had very little context, even when he was in my office, over what that was. All I knew is that a friend had left recently, had moved, and that was hard.
You indicated on your direct testimony with Mr. Keese that Mr. Crumbley mentioned you have people you can talk to, we talk, and then mentioned something, your testimony was that his son mentioned something about a journal, or I'm sorry, that Mr. Crumbley mentioned something about a journal.
Mr. Crumbley's statement to my recollection was, you have your counselor, you have your journal, we talk.
Mr. Crumbley didn't say your journal, the one that's in your backpack.
No.
He didn't say the one that you always keep with you.
No.
He didn't say a color.
No.
He didn't describe it at all.
No.
So to your knowledge, based on that conversation, you can't say that Mr. Crumbley's son knew what his son's journal would look like if he had a journal, based on that conversation.
I had no knowledge beyond that there was an existence of some sort of journal.
One moment, Ryan.
Sure.
Mr. Hopkins, you made decisions on November 30th of 2021 based on your education, your training, and your experience, correct?
That was a piece of it.
Also based on the information that you had in front of you,
That was a majority of it.
which included 4 emails from teachers in approximately 2 months regarding Mr. Crumbley's son,
That was a part of it, yes.
concerns that those teachers had raised,
Yes, that was a part of it.
much of which you did not share with Mr. Crumbley prior to that November 30th meeting. Is that fair?
Correct. It was shared during the meeting.
Based on all of these things, you did not believe that Mr. Crumbley's son was an immediate danger to himself,
I did not believe that, no.
nor did you believe that he was a danger to anyone else.
Based on the information I had, no.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hopkins, it appears that information and context would be important to you in these kinds of meetings.
Yes, it would.
Now, did James Crumbley tell you that November 30th wasn't the first time that his son asked for help?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that his son asked for help in April 2021?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that despite that, never once was an appointment with a mental health provider set up?
No.
Did James Crumbley ever tell you that as early as June of 2021, his son had obtained his own firearm?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that his son had been begging for a 9mm firearm?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that his son actually sent him a screenshot of a 9mm for sale a few weeks before the meeting?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that his son actually obtained a 9mm just 4 days before this meeting?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that the 9mm he obtained looked identical to the 9mm that he drew right here in this picture?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that he worked for DoorDash, he hadn't begun work that day, he could have taken his son home?
No.
Did he tell you that when his son was talking about his friend leaving, it was actually his only friend?
No.
So you took what you learned from the defendant's son, you described those losses he felt as significant,
I did.
and that's without knowing all of that information?
Yes.
You mentioned that you would hope that a decision about a student would be made by a team.
I did.
Who's on the team?
The student, the parents, and any caring adult at the school.
And did either James or Jennifer Crumbley share any information with you?
They did not.
Had they, what would you have done?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
She asked the same question on cross.
Did you ask that question?
She asked, what would you have done? talking about calling CPS and such.
I know, actually, that was related to if they had,
She asked if he had not obtained treatment for their son
yes,
by the following day or within 48 hours.
if they had refused, actually, if they had refused to obtain mental health treatment, what would he have done? Not,
I'll rephrase, Judge, that's fine. Mr. Hopkins, you testified earlier that your plan was to call Child Protective Services within 48 hours,
Yes,
and that's based upon just the information that you learned from the defendant's son.
it is.
Would this meeting have ended differently had you known all the other information that we just went through?
objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I think it does call for speculation.
I believe you can offer a definitive answer here, Judge.
A definitive answer about what would have happened if they had not contacted a therapist. Is that what you mean?
No, Your Honor, he's asking about a definitive answer for what Mr. Hopkins would have done if there had been additional information. And Your Honor, can we approach, can we approach, please?
Okay, can you turn off the audio?
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. You were asked on cross-examination that you didn't ask the shooter on November 30th if he had access to a gun. Do you remember that?
I do.
And your response was what?
I did not.
Okay, and did you have reason to ask him about that?
At that time, I didn't feel I did.
And you were asked about the shooter's recitation of what happened at the shooting range with his mother.
Are you stating I asked that?
No, you were asked that.
Oh, by Cross.
Okay, so you
Okay.
learned on November the 29th and November the 30th that the defendant's son went to a shooting range with his mother that prior weekend.
I did.
Did James Crumbley tell you that the shooter actually shot his new gun?
No.
Thank you. I've nothing further.
Yeah, you can step down and break excuse. You guys need a break? A 10-minute break?
Thank you, Judge.
It's about a 10-minute break.
All right, so Jerry.
What's the next one?
You can find out right now that we have somebody traveling in, so I want to make sure it's here.
All right, so about 10 minutes.
That'd be fine,
Hey,
Judge.
Jen.
You can all just remain seated, please. All rise.
There's obviously 10 after 11 and 10 after 10.
Your Honor, calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 2279989 FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Karen Johnson, yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mario Lehman on behalf of Mr. Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge.
Who's the next witness?
Mr. Nick Ejak.
This one doesn't go on automatically.
All rise for the jury.
Is there a button? Yeah, is there a button right there? This one doesn't go on automatically. The other one's. Is there a button on the back?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. Who's the next witness?
Nick Ejak.
Good morning. Could you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give as the truth to help you out?
I do.
Okay, could you step up and have a seat? And then could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Nicholas Ejak, first name Nicholas, last name Ejak, Ejak.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In the year of 2021, where did you work?
Oxford High School.
Okay. And what role did you work there?
I was the Dean of Students.
Could you keep your voice nice and loud?
Sure. I was the Dean of Students.
Okay. Tell us, please, what does the Dean of Students do?
So the Dean of Students is primarily responsible for student code of conduct, so behavior and discipline, overseeing the attendance of the school, academic intervention, behavior intervention.
Okay. So Mr. Hopkins just testified and he indicated that he was a counselor, whereas you are the Dean of Students. So it would be fair to say that you handled discipline, whereas he handled the student advocacy?
Yes.
As of November of 2021, how long have you been in that role?
Just to about 4 months.
Okay, so you were hired for that school year in the fall of 2021.
Correct.
Now that's part of administration, is that correct?
It's an extension of it, yes.
Okay. Was James Crumbley's son a student at Oxford High School in November of 2021?
Yes.
Prior to November of 2021, did you have any interaction with James Crumbley's son?
I did not know.
I want to direct your attention to what's been admitted as People's 201. This is an email from November the 29th, 2021, 9:32 a.m. And email reads, "Good morning. I had a student during the first hour, the defendant's son, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of the first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit towards the violent side. I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them." So you and Miss Pamela Fine were both on that email?
That is correct.
Okay, and tell us who's Pamela Fine?
So Ms. Fine is the restorative practices coordinator and the anti-bullying coordinator for the school district.
Okay, and tell us a little bit if you know what that role entails.
Sure. So restorative care and anti-bullying across the district, she would be working with students to restore situations between two different students, a student and a teacher. It deals a lot with behavior, and so it's more of like, how do you fix or repair the situation? And so she often would collaborate with me on student discipline. And then the anti-bullying programming for the district would be like mentoring kids together to prevent bullying and to report it, when they see it. And it's more of a proactive approach.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you, Ms. Fine, and Mr. Hopkins have separate, but sometimes separate roles, but sometimes they intersect.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, did you have any interaction with the defendant's son on November the 29th, 2021?
I did not know.
Okay, and tell me what happened after this email was received by you.
So it was received by me when I was in a meeting that morning. So I wasn't made aware of it until after there was a meeting that took place between Ms. Fine, Mr. Hopkins, and the defendant's son.
Okay, so by the time that you had read this email, that situation had already been addressed by Ms. Fine and Mr. Hopkins?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have any follow-up emails, conversations, or any other interaction regarding the defendant's son or with the defendant's son on Monday, November the 29th?
I did not know.
I'm going to direct your attention now to Tuesday, November the 30th, 2021. This is People's Exhibit 203. This is from a teacher in the school. Email sent Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, 9:32 a.m. It's addressed to you and Mr. Hopkins. Reads, "Here's the photo I took of his paper in case you need it. Signed, Becky." And there's an attachment. Did you receive this email?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell us about your interactions with either students or administrators prior to receiving this email with regards to the defendant's son.
So I had received this email after I had alerted Mr. Hopkins to the worksheet because this teacher brought a photo of that to my office.
Let me back up just a little bit. So before this email was received by you, did you have a conversation with a teacher regarding the defendant's son?
No, I did not.
Okay, so tell me how it is that you became aware of this math worksheet.
So the morning of November 30th, 2021, I was in my office when Miss Morgan, who was the teacher that sent this email, came down to our front office looking for anybody that she could speak with about a student that had drawn some inappropriate things on a worksheet.
And you were there?
I was the only one available at the time, yes.
Okay, tell me about that interaction, please.
So she entered the threshold of my office door and said she was just looking for somebody to report something. And so I had waved her into my office, and she had stated that there was a student that had drawn some inappropriate things on a worksheet. And then she proceeded to turn her phone around and show me a photo of the said worksheet.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 130. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
That's the photo that was on her phone.
Okay. And so she turned her phone around and showed you this?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
And tell me what happened next, please.
So I briefly read the statements and looked for a name in the corner and noticed that it was a name of the student that had been in the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Ms. Fine from the day before.
Okay, so you looked at the worksheet. What stood out to you when you first saw it?
The phrases that were written on there.
Specifically, which one?
The thoughts won't stop. Help me. The world is dead.
Okay. What happened next?
My response to her was, I need to get his counselor. And her response to me was she needed to return to class.
Okay, so she went back to class,
Yes,
and then what did you do?
I walked down to the counseling portion of our front office to alert Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And tell us about the interaction you had with Mr. Hopkins.
Sure. So when I arrived to his office, before I even mentioned anything, he brought up the defendant's son in sort of a question form. And my response to him was, yes, how did you know? And then he proceeded to share with me that he had received an email that morning regarding that student and thought that that's why I was there at his office. And then I had shared with him that I had just been shown a photo from Miss Morgan.
Okay.
And kind of explained what I had saw on the worksheet. And he immediately stood up from his desk and said, I'll go retrieve him from class.
Okay, so he received a different email the morning of November 30th than the picture
Yes.
that you were shown.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you saw this picture, were you considering this in the realm of student discipline?
Not at all, no.
Okay,
I
so
was
you-
more concerned that there was a mental health concern. And
Is that
so,
why you decided to get his counselor involved?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. So after you shared what you learned with Mr. Hopkins, he went and retrieved the student back to his office?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us what happened next, please.
So I waited in Mr. Hopkins' office for him to return with the student, and he came in and sat down and began to kind of talk through what was going on that led him to write those things on his worksheet and draw some characters on there. And the defendant's son repeatedly made sure that we were aware that he understood why we needed to do this and that it made sense and that he understood how bad it looked.
Okay. Did you lead that interaction with the defendant's son, or did Mr. Hopkins?
Mr. Hopkins did.
And why is that?
As the school counselor, therefore, looking into a potential mental health concern, that would be his responsibility.
Okay. Did your perspective, based upon the information that you were told, ever change from a mental health lens versus a discipline lens?
It did not, no.
So tell us what happened next after the defendant's son went through the drawing of Mr. Hopkins?
So he had sort of explained that he was interested in video games and that part of those the drawings on there were him trying to get into graphic design, which led into a little bit of a conversation about how there could be potential avenues during his time at Oxford High School to delve into that deeper with some other programs. And then he kind of leaned in more towards the statements that were written on there and talked about how those didn't necessarily explain the video game aspect. And then I listened to the defendant's son speak about him feeling sad lately,
Okay.
which in high school is not that unusual.
Were you involved in the decision to contact the parents of the student?
I was there for it, but Mr. Hopkins had mentioned that we were going to reach out to his parents.
Okay. At some point, did you leave Mr. Hopkins' office?
Yes, that was after we were able to speak with a parent on the phone. And so I left to retrieve the students' belongings since our class periods had changed.
Okay. At that point in time, COVID protocols were still in place?
Yes,
Okay. Did students carry their backpacks with them?
yes,
So you retrieved the defendant's son's backpack from the class that he was in and brought it to Mr. Hopkins' office?
that is correct, yes.
And did the defendant's son stay with Mr. Hopkins until his parents arrived?
Yes.
Were you there in Mr. Hopkins' office the entire time, or did you come back in?
No, I came back in once the parents had arrived for the meeting.
Now, what was your expectation of what was to happen that day after the meeting with the parents?
My understanding and expectation was that based on the recommendation from the counselor that the student would be leaving that day, based on prior experiences at schools where parents are called in to talk about student mental health. Typically they leave when it's suggested that they leave.
With the student?
Yes.
You were there for how long, first of all, how long did the entire meeting last between James and Jennifer Crumbley and Mr. Hopkins yourself?
I was there for 10 minutes of it, and there had been maybe 3 or 4 minutes prior to my arrival.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they waited for me to start or if they had already begun, but I know that I arrived a few minutes after they did, after I was alerted that they had arrived.
So were you there when Mr. Hopkins explained his concerns about the drawing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he just testified, so I don't need you to go through everything he said, but do you recall if James Crumbley said it?
During the meeting?
Yes.
He did. He expressed concern for his son, that he knew, or he reminded his son that he could always speak to him about stuff, and that he had a journal that he could write stuff in if he was feeling frustrated or going through something.
Now, as a dean of students, when are you permitted to search students' personal belongings?
So when I have a reasonable suspicion that the student might have something illegal or something that's not allowed at school, and so there needs to be some sort of sign, like a report from somebody. Oftentimes kids will be seen with it, or they'll be showing whatever the things are that they've brought to school they're not supposed to. There needs to be some type of a suspicion or alert that I have that will allow me to do that. And so in this situation, there wasn't something that alerted me that indicated I needed to search.
Okay. And why not?
Nothing that he said, nothing that none of the behavior that he exhibited when I returned with his bag indicated that. There wasn't any suspicion that I had at the time that allowed me to believe that I needed to do that.
At any point were you informed about the defendant's son's access to weapons?
I was not, no.
Were you given details by either you and Jennifer Crumbley about the words and drawings on this exhibit?
I was not, no.
Thank you. Nothing further, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Prior to becoming the Dean of Students at Oxford High School, you worked in various schools and school districts. Is that correct?
Yes.
For most of your career, in fact, you worked with at-risk students.
Yes.
Normally, that includes students with some sort of academic or behavioral problems.
Yes, that is correct.
In fact, your role at Oxford High School, you testified today, primarily you dealt with the code of conduct,
Yes.
Behavioral and academic intervention,
Yes.
and issues with attendance.
Yes.
You had not had contact with Mr. Crumbley's son until November 30th of 2021.
That's correct.
So, as far as you know, once you became employed by Oxford High School, there were no behavioral issues with Mr. Crumbley's son?
There was not.
No academic issues? No attendance issues?
No.
You learned on November 29th of 2021 that Mr. Crumbley's son was looking at bullets on his phone in class.
Yes, that is correct.
But once you had been made aware of it, or once you learned of it, you learned that that had already been handled by Mr. Hopkins and Ms. Fine. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you didn't do anything else with anything that day?
No,
Okay.
I didn't need to do anything further based on the fact that Ms. Fine and Mr. Hopkins did everything that I would have done in that situation.
Okay. So you didn't see any need for additional discipline or any additional intervention or anything like that, correct?
That's correct.
On November 30th of 2021, you were advised by one of Mr. Crumbley's son's teachers that he was writing inappropriate statements on his on a math assignment.
Yes.
You were quickly shown a picture of the assignment on a cell phone, if you recall.
Yes, that is
You
correct.
didn't look at it very well, correct?
No.
You saw that there were drawings,
Yes,
but you didn't see necessarily what all the drawings were. Is that fair?
that's fair. Yes.
You did see the words blood everywhere,
Yes,
but you didn't see much beyond that.
that's correct.
To you, the words on the page were more concerning than the drawings themselves, right?
I would agree with that. Yes.
And that's because sometimes kids in high school draw violent things.
Absolutely. Yes.
That's not abnormal.
It's not abnormal.
You felt that what was on the page here was not appropriate for school, is that correct?
Yep, I would agree with that.
But that it wasn't in and of itself concerning,
Yes,
and that you didn't see it as a threat to anybody.
that is correct.
You didn't see a correlation of violence with the drawings on the paper?
I did not know.
Again, Mr. Crumbley's son had no prior disciplinary history,
He did not know.
no prior bad behavior.
He did not.
He was a pretty average student.
He was, yes.
He'd only missed one class that year?
I can't speak to that.
You said you dealt with attendance, so that's why I was asking.
Yes, sure.
So you're not aware of his attendance?
I'm not
history?
aware of specifically his attendance.
Okay. He had none of the typical early indicators that there would be an issue of concern other than these isolated incidents from November 29th and November 30th that you were aware of?
Judge, I'm just going to object to the form of the question. Typical indicators. This witness can testify regarding code of conduct and discipline, but that's it.
Yep, unless he is able to testify about what a typical indicator would be, or by his experience.
And I could ask him that, Your Honor. Based on your experience dealing and your education and training with at-risk students and for your position as the Dean of Students, there are what you would consider early indicators of potentially concerning or threatening behavior. Is that fair?
I would say that's a fair statement.
Some of those include prior disciplinary history,
Yes,
prior bad behavior by the student,
yes,
issues with grades,
yes,
issues with attendance.
yes.
Okay. So knowing all of that, none of those, what I'm calling early indicators, were present other than the two incidents that you were aware of on November 29th and November 30th of 2021.
As far as I was aware, yes.
You sat in on the conversation between Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son on November 30th of 2021.
Yes, I did.
And that was before his Mr. Crumbley and his wife got to the school.
That's correct.
Based on the information that you had at that time, you did not believe that Mr. Crumbley's son posed a threat to anyone.
That's a fair statement, yes.
You were even less concerned after you confirmed some of the information that you'd learned from Mr. Crumbley's son with Mr. Crumbley's wife.
Yes, after she had confirmed all the information he shared with us, my concern from a discipline standpoint was pretty much lowered all the way to none at that point.
Okay. And you said all of the information that he had shared with you. And we've heard some about that, but I just want to confirm. That was about the losses that he'd experienced in 2021, correct? The loss of a family member?
Yes,
The loss of his family dog?
yes,
A friend had moved away?
yes,
He'd struggled with COVID?
he did, yes,
He had a hard time with virtual school?
yes.
Those were the things that you confirmed with his family, with his parents?
Along with his desire for graphic design and video games, and that they thought he should focus more on academics rather than that, which is what he had shared with us during the meeting.
Okay. When you say he had shared with us, are you referencing a discussion or an argument he had with his parents the night before that related to video game design and grades, or was this something separate?
Both. No, he had shared that he was interested in that and that he didn't feel his parents supported that, and that led to an argument the night before, but he didn't provide any context to that at all, and they had confirmed that, but they also didn't provide any context to that either.
So there was a confirmation that the student and Mr. Crumbley's son and Mr. Crumbley and his wife had an argument with their son the night before. It sounded to you like it may have related to video game design and grades, but you didn't have any context beyond what you believed it to be about.
That's correct, yes.
Now, obviously, during these meetings, you expect for a student's parents to give you information about things that they are concerned about, correct?
Typically in these meetings, parents come to them and they provide additional context, stuff they're seeing at home, a history of, if especially in a mental health situation, a history of any kind of counseling, and any issues they've had at other schools or whatever, but they usually provide additional information.
So you said specifically things that they see at home, things that they're concerned about. Obviously, in order for a parent to see something at home or be concerned about it, they have to be aware of it. Is that fair?
Speculation too, Judge.
I don't know how a parent could be concerned if they're not aware of something.
The Dean of Students can't testify as to how a parent can be aware of something at home in a meeting, not even specific to what we're talking about here.
Actually, my question was different, Your Honor. My question was, he would expect that, or it's his belief that if a parent is concerned about something, then they're aware of it.
Then it's a lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Ejak was the Dean of Students in Oxford High School in November of 2021 in charge of discipline and code of conduct issues, Judge. Mr. Hopkins is a counselor. He's already testified.
Okay. I think are you asking him if the parents aren't aware of something, they're not aware of it?
Kind of, Your Honor. Obviously, and I can ask my question differently and see if it makes it a little more simple. Mr. Ejak, based on your experience, your education and your training, and just your knowledge in general of you're a human being, if someone doesn't have knowledge of something, they can't talk about it. Is that fair? Does that make sense to you?
I would say that's a fair statement.
So we can't talk about things we don't know about. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Obviously, James Crumbley can't tell you about things he may not be aware of. I'm sorry.
Yes.
You were concerned on November 30th of 2021 by Mr. Crumbley's son looking at bullets or drawing guns. Is that fair?
I think there was a level of concern there, which is why we called the parents in for the meeting.
And if you recall, the level of concern was regarding the appropriateness of behavior in school.
Yes.
You didn't find his interest in guns or bullets concerning, especially in the Oxford community, if you remember.
Yes, that's correct.
You had students draw guns on papers in the past.
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, students in Oxford, not all of them, I'm not saying all students in Oxford, but there are students in Oxford who have guns in their home.
Yes, that's
You know that there are students in Oxford who handle firearms.
That's a fair statement.
You would agree that it's not unusual
No, it's not unusual.
in that community.
In that community, yes.
I'm not asking you to speak about any other community, but in that community, it's not unusual for students to handle guns.
That's correct.
When faced with a situation where a student has drawn guns on papers, you typically use your education and training to assess the risk.
As far as a discipline standpoint,
Discipline or otherwise, whatever your role is in that assessment.
yeah, so my role would be to look for any violation of our code of conduct. And so that by itself, the drawings on the worksheet don't violate a code of our conduct.
And a violation of the code of conduct would also encompass any sort of a threat to other people. Is that fair?
That's a fair statement.
So as part of your assessment, you're also determining whether or not there's a threat.
I'm determining whether or not I need to alert somebody to something that could potentially be a threat.
And in this situation, you didn't make that alert. Is that fair?
That is correct. There wasn't any information that led me to believe there would be a reason to alert somebody else.
And part of your assessment is, again, looking at those typical early indicators that we talked about, whether there's a history of violence, correct?
That's correct.
A history of discipline,
That is correct.
bullying behavior.
That is correct.
You look at to see if there's a direct threat.
That is correct.
If those things are not apparent, if those things are not present, then it's just a student who drew a gun. Is that accurate?
That's pretty accurate, yes.
You were part of the meeting after Mr. Crumbley and his wife arrived. And let me go back a little bit. So you sat in on the meeting between Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son, correct?
That is correct.
If you know, that meeting lasted approximately 90 minutes.
I don't remember.
Okay. You left that meeting at some point.
Yes.
Then you came back once Mr. Crumbley and his wife arrived.
So I left the meeting to retrieve his belongings, the students' belongings, and returned back to the office and then left again until the parents arrived.
Okay. You entered Mr. Hopkins' office after Mr. Crumbley and his wife arrived in Mr. Hopkins' office.
That's correct.
You saw that Mr. Crumbley was seated next to his son,
Yes.
which
that's
was
correct.
directly across the desk from Mr. Hopkins.
Yes.
It was your perception that Mr. Crumbley was showing care for his son,
Yes.
that he reassured his son that he can always talk to him.
Yes.
You mentioned something on direct with the prosecution about a journal,
Yes, I did.
and you seem to recall that Mr. Crumbley made reference to a journal.
He did, yes.
You don't recall Mr. Crumbley saying the one that you always keep with you?
I don't recall that, no.
He didn't say anything like the one that's in your backpack,
I don't recall.
specific colors,
I don't
how
remember.
long he's had it.
I don't remember.
There were no specifics about anything about a potential journal.
Not that I can recall.
So to your knowledge, you don't know if there was one journal or 15 journals. Is that fair?
I can't speak to that, no.
Right, you have no knowledge of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
After meeting with Mr. Crumbley and his wife, you felt that they were receptive of getting their son help, as was suggested by Mr. Hopkins.
Yes.
You and Sean Hopkins did not insist that it be done that day. Now, I'm going to clarify because I know that Mr. Hopkins indicated that he preferred that it would be done that day, but neither of you said, you need to take him today and you need to go get him help right now. And if you don't, there's going to be a problem.
What Mr. Hopkins had stated was that he needed to they needed to find him some counseling as soon as possible that day, if possible.
And that
And
he was
that he
going,
would be following up within 48 hours to ensure there was something secured for the student.
and that was gonna be my next question, that he was going to follow up in a couple of days, 48 hours.
Yes,
And in fact, you didn't feel in that meeting that Mr. Crumbley's son was in need of immediate care based on your education and training and perception and the knowledge that you had in that meeting.
I can't speak to that.
In no way did you feel that Mr. Crumbley was being neglectful of his son.
No, I did not.
You felt that Mr. Crumbley showed the appropriate level of emotion with his son in that meeting.
Objection is, he can't speculate as the appropriate level of emotions. The Dean of Students regarding code of conduct, November 21. Speculation.
Was there anything odd about his interaction with his son?
I wouldn't say there was anything odd.
You also didn't find it strange that Mr. Crumbley and his wife did not take their son home that day because there was no reason for him to go home that day. Is that correct?
As far as the discipline goes, no.
During the meeting, you said that you retrieved Mr. Crumbley's son's backpack from his classroom and brought it back to Mr. Hopkins' office.
That's correct.
You indicated this backpack was heavy.
Yes, such as every other student in the school.
And let me clarify, that day, you didn't say that today. That day, November 30th of 2021, you commented to a teacher that the backpack was heavy.
Yes, there was. I made a joke at how easily she picked it up, and then when she handed it off to me, my arm dropped down. So it was more of a joke at how strong she was compared to myself.
And if you recall, at the time, the students weren't using their lockers,
They were not using their
so it was
lockers.
fairly common for a student's backpack to be heavy.
That's correct.
You didn't look in the backpack.
I did not know.
You didn't, and I think you said you didn't have reason to look in the
I
backpack.
didn't have reasonable suspicion, no.
You didn't ask Mr. Crumbley's son to look at his backpack.
I did not know.
You did not ask Mr. Crumbley or his wife to look in the backpack.
I did not know.
You didn't look yourself or ask anyone else to look because you didn't feel that there was a reason to look in the backpack. Is that fair?
There was nothing from our conversation or from anything that we had heard so far that would indicate it was enough to reach to that level, correct?
You've had numerous discussions about this case since November 30th of 2021.
Yes.
You've talked with various attorneys.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm not asking you about what your communications were with your own attorneys. I'm not asking about that. I'm just asking if you've met with attorneys.
I've met with many different attorneys.
You've met with the prosecutor's office
Yes.
on more than one occasion.
Yes.
And some of those meetings with the prosecutor's office were to prepare for testimony.
Yes.
Some were to get more information about what occurred on November 30th of 2021.
One was, yes.
You learned through some of those meetings that there was no indication that there was a handgun in Mr. Crumbley's son's backpack.
Can you restate that?
Sure. You learned through some of the meetings with the prosecutor's office that there was no indication that there was a handgun in Mr. Crumbley's son's backpack while he was in Mr. Hopkins' office.
Object to the formal question.
Yes. I will be more clear. Do you recall testifying in September
What
of,
are you referring to, counsel?
there was testimony in September 14th of 2022 that relates to this. If you'd like, we can approach to talk about it.
I think we should.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Sanders.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you know, approximately 2 hours after the meeting after this meeting with Mr. Hopkins, yourself, and Mr. Crumbley and his wife, Mr. Crumbley's son began the shooting.
Yes,
You saw the footage of the shooting.
I did, yes.
You were not aware that Mr. Crumbley's son was the shooter
Initially.
at the time.
When I saw all of the footage,
No, let me go back. So at some point early on the day of the shooting, you saw footage of the shooting.
yes.
And that was while you were in the office of the school.
On the phone with the 911 operator, yes.
Yes. And at that point, the thought didn't cross your mind that the shooter may be Mr. Crumbley's son.
That's a fair statement, yes.
In fact, you didn't know that it was Mr. Crumbley's son until you were told that it was him after the shooting.
I believe as the video footage continued to play and we were still on the phone, it wasn't confirmed, but I had a pretty good idea that that's who it was.
Okay. Even looking back, after you know what Mr. Crumbley's son did 2 hours after that meeting, his behaviors did not show a pattern of what he was planning to do 2 hours later.
Based on the information I knew, no.
It's fair to say that you had years of experience with at-risk students.
Yes, that's correct.
Years of experience with behavioral, academic, attendance, issues of that nature.
Yes,
You have education and training about concerning things to look for in students.
yes,
You knew that Mr. Crumbley's son was looking at bullets on his phone on November 29th of 2021.
yes,
You knew that he had drawn a gun and some concerning words on his math assignment.
yeah, that's correct.
You knew that he was at the shooting range with his mom the weekend before.
Yes, that's correct.
You confirmed that during the meeting with his parents, correct?
Yes,
You knew that he had experienced significant losses in the months before November 30th of 2021.
yes,
You knew that Mr. Hopkins was recommending that his parents have him talk to a therapist that day if possible.
that's correct.
You knew that his backpack was heavy and commented about the weight of it to a teacher.
That's correct.
You knew that firearms were not uncommon in homes in Oxford.
That's correct.
You knew that students at the high school handled firearms and that it wasn't uncommon.
We're asked and answered now, this.
You knew,
Yeah, I answered that.
you knew that the shooter was going to stay in school that day.
At the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Yes,
Partly because he wanted to,
yes.
and partly because his parents had to go to work.
That's what I was told, yes.
And with all of this, all of the knowledge that you had on November 30th of 2021 at approximately 10:52 a.m., you did not feel that he was a threat to anyone, and you didn't feel that you had reasonable suspicion to look at his backpack.
No, because you have to remember, I knew very little of what we all know today. So when we're looking at the big picture today, I knew a fraction of what we all know now.
And we talked about this a little bit with Mr. Hopkins as well. We all know what happened at 12:51 on November 30th of 2021. But the information that you had at 10:52 a.m. when that, or approximately 10:50 a.m. when that meeting ended, is the information that you were going on.
Yes, and that does not rise to the level of suspension or of a discipline, especially when you're considering mental health.
And it doesn't.
That supersedes any type of minor discipline or behavior violation.
So, and Mr. Hopkins talked about this a little bit. Looking in hindsight, there was more information.
Yes, we now know there's a lot more information.
You might look at things differently looking in hindsight.
I would 100% look at things differently.
But the information that you had on that day, at that time, is what led you to make the decisions that you made and feel the way that you felt about the situation that you were presented with in Mr. Hopkins' office.
That's a fair statement, yes.
No further questions, John.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Ejak, let's talk about the information not shared with you at 10:52 a.m. on November 30th, 2021. Okay, so you formed your belief that you did not have the requisite level of suspicion to search the shooter's backpack based upon what you were told. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did James Crumbley tell you that he had bought his son a 6-hour 9mm firearm 4 days before that meeting?
He did not.
Okay. Did anybody, either his son or his wife, tell you that?
No,
Did his son tell you that, or did James Crumbley tell you that his son had been begging for a 9mm handgun?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that he actually got him a different firearm in June of 2021?
No.
Did James Crumbley tell you that the details and severity of his son's friend being taken from him at the beginning of the month?
No,
Now, you indicated that as far as a discipline standpoint, your belief was that the mental health concerns would override.
yes.
Tell me about that.
So when you have a student who is being seen for mental health, and there also are some minor violations, this being a second day of insubordination, essentially, the mental health concern is what takes precedence because you want to build that relationship with the student and let them know that it's a safe space, and you don't want to follow it up with some kind of a negative interaction such as a discipline.
Is that one of the reasons why Mr. Hopkins led the meeting?
Yes,
Did your lens ever change from mental health to discipline?
it never did, no.
And is that based upon the information that you learned that day?
Yes,
Did James Crumbley ever tell you that the 6-hour 9mm handgun that he bought for his son was kept unlocked in the home?
no,
You were asked about certain indicators in your experience when you consider discipline. Is access to an unlocked firearm, is that an indicator?
yes.
Is that something to consider? Had you known that?
It would be something to consider.
Okay, but that information was not shared with you.
No, it was not.
Now, just so we're clear, sir, the information that you and Mr. Hopkins were told on November the 30th, that information wasn't shared with anybody else in administration, is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, across your hands. Very brief. Mr. Ejak, you don't know whether James Crumbley knew that his son had access to a firearm that was in the home, is that correct? You don't know whether James Crumbley knew.
So the question was he told that?
I don't know how he would know what the defendant knew.
He testified what he was not told, Judge. That was the question.
Yeah, he said he wasn't told, but I don't know how he would know what your client knew unless he had a conversation about that.
Thank you. You don't know whether Mr. Crumbley's son had expressed any sadness over his friend moving to his parents, based on the information that you had on November 30th.
Can you say
Yes,
that
it was
again,
kind
please?
of a
Are you
complicated
asking
question.
whether it was discussed in that meeting or?
Whether Mr. Ejak knew that Mr. Crumbley's son had expressed any of this sadness that they had identified to his parents prior to that meeting. Do you know if he did?
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. I'm sorry.
Yes. Do you know if James Crumbley was aware of this sadness that you all had identified during this meeting with Mr. Hopkins?
I do not know.
No further questions, John.
Was the information that was shared from Sean Hopkins regarding the emails that he received?
Yes,
Okay. And he went through the drawing with James and Jennifer Crumbley?
yes,
And at no point did James or Jennifer Crumbley ever say that the firearm purchased 4 days before mirrors the firearm drawn on that math worksheet?
they did not.
Thank you, Don.
Wait, you can step down, excuse. Your lunch is. This spot is wrong, obviously. If I were taller, it would have been fixed already. I'm going to ask you to return at 1 o'clock. It's not 5 to 12. I'm going to ask you to return at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, I'm going to ask you not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Don't look at any news media. Don't talk to anybody. Don't Google anything. Don't do any research on your phone or anything like that. Any questions about that right now? Okay. All right, let's do it.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you make this. Who's the next witness?
We're going to find out. I just spoke with counsel about that, and we'll let her know as soon as we know.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
I'll see you. at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. Your Honor, calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 22-279-989-FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley.
Who is the next witness?
Special Agent Brandon, Judge.
All right, right then, wait.
Maybe approach briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Microphone.
Are you covering up your charitable organization shirt?
Do you want to be excluded from the courtroom? Do you want to be excluded from the courtroom?
No, not especially.
Okay. Are you ready for the jury?
People ready.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Prosecutor, please the next one.
Special Agent,
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please step up and have a seat. And then state your name for the evidence.
It's Brandon, BRETT BRANDON.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Special Agent, can you tell the jury what role you're playing here today and during this trial?
I'm one of the officers in charge of this case.
Okay, and what does that mean?
It means that I've been assigned with Lieutenant Willis to usher this investigation through the prosecution.
Okay. This Lieutenant Willis,
Yes, that's it.
who's normally sitting right here, he's also an officer in charge?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what your occupation is?
Yes, I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. It's commonly referred to as just ATF.
And what does the ATF do?
The ATF enforces the nation's firearms, arson, and explosive laws. Obviously, we primarily focus on the firearms laws,
And so you're employed by the state or the federal government?
the federal government.
As part of that, well, I'm sorry, let me get to this. A little bit about your experience and background that brings you here to testify. How long have you been a special agent? How long have you been with the ATF?
It'll be 15 years in July.
Okay, and how long have you been a special agent?
Been a special agent for, it'll be approaching 11 years in July.
And what does special agent mean?
A special agent, so if it means we're a criminal investigator trained in investigating for the purposes of ATF, the crimes underneath the jurisdiction of ATF, but also we assist with other federal investigations and obviously state and local investigations for ATF, primarily involving the use of firearms.
And what is your educational background?
I have a degree from Oakland University in political science. I spent 1 year at law school at the Catholic University of America. And then obviously I was trained at the ATF National Academy for the requisite training to become an ATF agent.
Is part of your role in the ATF based, you're based in Michigan and live in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any interaction with state investigations? And if so, what are they?
Yes, I've had many throughout my career. Right now I'm assigned to the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force. It's a partnership between the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the ATF. In that role, we investigate both state and federal firearms violations occurring within the city of Pontiac, primarily shootings.
And do you ever respond to or have anything to do with investigations that don't involve shootings?
Yes.
What kind of?
So generally, for whether it's the task force or just as an ATF agent, it's primarily the criminal possession and use of firearms.
So in other words, it doesn't have to be a shooting, it could just be a possession of
Sure, yeah.
firearms? Okay.
Yes.
About how many shooting investigations have you been a part of?
Hundreds at this point in my career.
And do you, as a part of in your role, have a general understanding of the laws associated with purchasing firearms, both in the state and federally, or just federally?
Both specific to this investigation, it would be both. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what FFL stands for?
Yes. So an FFL is a federal firearms licensee. I think we heard testimony obviously in here before from Kami Back. She was the employee from the gun store in Oxford, as we're referring to it. That would be a federally licensed gun store, which is the technical term for that, is a federal firearms licensee.
And in order to become a licensee, what does that seller have to do or comply with?
So there's an application process that they have to go through with the ATF to become a federal firearms licensee.
And then are there guidelines or requirements they must follow?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get to that in a minute. Do you know James Crumbley?
I do.
And how did you come to know James Crumbley?
I became aware of who James Crumbley was the date of the shooting on November 30th, 2021. And I had contact with him inside of his residence during an execution of a search warrant that night.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing a white shirt, a blue tie, and headphones.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The record would reflect in-court identification of the defendant, James Crumbley.
Thank you. What, if anything, did you review in your role as officer in charge in this case?
A vast amount of information. So there would be the returns of 7 cell phones that were forensically extracted, social media returns, financial information, firearms records, including from the federal firearms licensee, and other documents and records, and surveillance video, obviously.
You were in the courtroom. Were you in the courtroom when Ed Wogrowski testified about forensic cell phone data?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what software or program you used?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. The question is what Mr. Wogrowski used. I don't know that Agent Brandon knows that.
I corrected myself in that question purposely to say what you used. Are you aware of what was the investigation tool they used in cell phones?
What the ATF was.
They both did. I'm trying to lay a foundation. Are you aware of, may I ask the question, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Are you aware of that tool?
Yes, it was the same tool. So Detective Borowski used Cellbrite to put it in a readable format. When he spoke about a readable format, it's Cellbrite. And that's the format that I reviewed the forensic extractions in.
Okay, which is what I was trying to get at. You have experience, do you have experience in this investigation reviewing the Cellbrite information, which is the cell phone data?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to November 30th of 2021 and ask you to first explain where you were when you heard about the shooting.
So I was in the ATF headquarters for the Detroit Field Division is in downtown Detroit. I was in an office that I shared at the time with my partner, and then the assistant special agent in charge at the time came in. He knew I was from the Orion, Oxford area and let me know that there was a shooting at Oxford High School.
You currently are there or you grew up there?
Both.
All right. What did you do?
I grabbed my bag and I ran out the door.
Did you go with anyone else? Was it discussed about what you were planning on doing, what the plan was, who was going, who wasn't going?
No, I just ran out the door and got to my car in the parking structure, turned on the lights and sirens, and then drove up I-75 in towards the direction of Oxford High School.
Do you typically work with a partner?
Yes,
Was he there that day?
he was.
Did you let him know you were going or did he come with you?
At the beginning, at the time, no, I didn't let him know. He was stepped out for a minute, and I didn't even think about it. I was so focused on getting to the school.
Okay. About how long or does it take to get from Detroit to Oxford School?
It depends on traffic. It could be an hour. It could be more. It could be a little bit less, just depending on the time of day.
And did you have a familiarity with the area?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you know about that incident when you left?
All I knew when I left was that there was a shooting. As I drove northbound, I did receive information from our intelligence unit that there was a confirmed shooting. It was not a false alarm. Okay.
And what did you do as a result of that?
I continued to drive north on I-75, and at some point, I believe it was in Troy, met up with other law enforcement, forming like a caravan, like others have Detective Wogrowski testified to, traveling north on 75, and then getting to the exit at exit 81, where the old Palace of Auburn Hills used to be.
So the caravan, were there other people on the highway?
Yes.
Did this whole caravan, was it just law enforcement?
It was law enforcement. I believe at one point there was even a news truck trying to follow the caravan. I wasn't sure if they were aware, but I think they were just running parallel with the caravan.
And was it licensed sirens?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of rate of speed?
It was very fast, but it was as safe as we could be.
Okay. Can you tell the jury and describe what it was like driving up to Oxford School that day?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Yeah, why is it relevant?
Because he's describing the scene and what he did and how he got into the school. And it was the scene of the shooting, and he was part of the investigation of the shooting.
Okay, so let's start there. So you arrive at the scene, you arrive at Oxford High School. Is that where you went first?
Yes.
Can you describe the scene in terms of, was it easy to get there? Were there cars? Were there students?
So as we're getting to the school through obviously Lake Orion and Oxford, gets to travel through there. All the cars were parked on the right side of the road, and so it was almost like the left lane. There were no cars in it, and people knew what was going on at that point. It had seemed that word had spread because no one was moving. It wasn't just like you normally would get over and then get back over in the left lane. People were just parked on the road. As I got in towards the school, I started noticing that there was a large group of people at the Meyer, and obviously learned later that was the reunification point. When I arrived at the school, there were a lot of law enforcement personnel. I can't even put a number on it. It was dozens, maybe 100 in the main vestibule area where like the front offices were located. So
when you arrived, were there more than one law enforcement agency? Was there more than one represented?
Yes, there were quite a few.
Okay. Did you know anything about where the alleged shooter was, whether there were victims? What did you know when you approached the building?
At that point, I had a conversation with someone in our intelligence group that had confirmed related information that they'd received that there were fatalities, there were injured victims.
Did you know whether or not the shooter was in custody?
No, I didn't. I assumed that I didn't hear any gunfire when I got to the school. So I assumed that either the shooter was in custody or it was a barricade. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I knew that it was not an active shooting scene.
Did you do anything before you entered the building? Were you carrying a weapon?
Yes. So I put on my vest and then ran to the front of the school with other people from the parking lot that were approaching the school. As I got closer, the person at the door verified my identity as a law enforcement officer. And then at that time was informed that the shooter was in custody and that they were starting kind of to figure out who was going to be responsible for what inside of the school. As you can imagine, it was a very chaotic scene. And
okay. You mentioned a vestibule when you earlier. What do you mean?
It was like the front area in front of the front of a school where you'd have like offices where you'd check in if you were taking your kid out sick for the day. It was the main office area, and that's where I was directed to meet with Lieutenant Willis, who was identified as being the officer in charge of the scene.
Is there a difference between the phase of clearing a crime scene versus evidence collection?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is and what comes first and what that is like?
Sure. So at least the way ATF is trained, it would be an active shooter response would be to train and to find and eliminate the threat. After that has occurred, you have a clearing of the school, tactical clearing of the school to ensure there's no other bodies, secondary devices, or things of that nature. In this instance, it became clear that there were two things going on at once. There was people volunteering to clear the school for a second time, and then there was Lieutenant Willis, who was directing more of the investigative aspects of this case.
When you arrived, do you know about what time you arrived?
I don't recall exactly what time I arrived, no.
Okay. Were there still students in the school?
Not if there were, if they were in classrooms, I wasn't aware of it. I did not see any students when I got to the school.
Was part of your role to engage in clearing the school?
So generally, yes, with ATF, we would be involved in clearing the school, the active shooter response, the clearing of the school, and then the investigation.
I mean, when you got there that day, did you help clear the school?
I did not. Based on the fact that the investigation had started, that the shooter was in custody and they had the weapon secured, I thought the best use of my abilities as an ATF agent would be to start the trace of the firearm to determine how it ended up there.
Okay. You just said you found Lieutenant Willis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where was he standing?
He was standing in front of the school offices. At one point, he was standing on a chair directing people around. Like I said, it was a very, very chaotic. But I found Lieutenant Willis, and I believe someone had told him I would be coming to help trace the firearm, and that's when I went over and located it.
And before that, had you ever met Lieutenant Willis?
No.
Okay. And what happened next?
So Lieutenant Willis held up a trash bin that had the murder weapon, several magazines, ammunition, and the shooter's cell phone inside, and I was able to take photographs of it.
Okay. A trash bin, a plastic trash bin?
Yes, so a trash, not a one you throw like a school lunch in, but like a small one you have in like an office, like a square or rectangle trash bin.
And if you know, what was it doing there, or how did it get there?
It was my understanding that evidence was placed in there to keep it safe while they were continuing to clear the school.
Okay. And you said he held it up, and then what happened?
I took photographs of the evidence, specifically the markings on the firearm that I needed to start the tracing process.
And when you say markings, what do you mean by markings?
So the firearms are required to have a make, model, and a serial number. Those three items are necessary to start the trace for ATF to determine where it was first sold.
Did you actually physically pick up the weapon?
I don't believe so. I don't think we wanted to preserve the evidence. I believe that the firearm was already flipped in a way that had the markings visible. I believe I just took a photograph of it and then provided that information to the intelligence group that would initiate the actual digital part of the trace.
Okay. Once you did that, what did you do next?
So once that process had been started, I went to Lieutenant Sam Marsban, who I had known from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office based on prior investigations and in Pontiac, and asked what could be done, what needed to be done. And at that time, I began collecting facts for the timeline for a search warrant affidavit for the Crumbley's family residence.
Okay. Did you, well, we'll get to that. As part of your investigation, did you ever look at the surveillance video of the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get to that, what are the steps and how long does it take to trace a firearm through the ATF?
So the timing of every trace is going to be different based on the records and how fast they're able to get to ATF. So it'll help you to understand the tracing process starts with those three things, right? The make, model, and serial number of the firearm. Once you have that information and you input it, you can trace it back to the first manufacturer, right? And when the manufacturer is then contacted by ATF, they can tell you which federally licensed gun store they sold it to, and then that gun store has to tell you who was the first person that purchased that firearm.
And did you learn who that was?
Yes, it was an individual in Rochester, Michigan, and had obtained the firearm from the gun store in Oxford.
And then was that person contacted?
Yes.
And were they contacted by you or someone on your team?
It was two ATF agents assigned to the same division I'm assigned to.
And what did they learn?
They learned that that individual had sold the firearm back to the Oxford gun store sometime in early September.
And then what did they do?
They went to the gun store and spoke to Ms. Cammie Back, who testified previously, and learned that the firearm was in fact purchased by Mr. Crumbley on November 26, 2021.
So 4 days earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can stop for a moment. Did you just say September?
I meant November, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to Mr. Case who pointed that out. November, correct?
November, yes. And yep.
If we want to stop here for a moment, walk us through a general purchase of a firearm through a federally firearm licensee.
Sure. So if you walk into a gun store today to buy a firearm, you have to fill out what Ms. Back testified was called the ATF Form 4473. It would have information about yourself as well as information about the firearm you're purchasing. The FFL employee then would contact the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, the NICS system, through the FBI. And once they're given the okay to sell you the firearm, they proceed with that.
Do you know if that protocol and procedure was followed here?
Yes,
in this
it was.
case? All right. You just stated that in order to buy a firearm, you have to go through all those steps. Is that all guns? Do you have to go through this process?
So for every firearms sale from a federal firearms licensee, you do have to fill out the ATF 4473 and have those steps be fulfilled, yes.
Does that include all guns, long guns and pistols?
Yes.
Okay. And are there differences in long guns versus pistols?
Yes.
In terms of who can buy them and where?
Yes, in terms of age and things like that, there are different restrictions on the types of firearms you're purchasing.
Okay, and in general, how would you describe the restrictions on what is more restricted and less restricted?
Sure. So under federal law, if you're going to buy a firearm from a federal firearms licensee, you have to be 21 years of age to buy a handgun and 18 to buy a long gun. That would be either a rifle or a shotgun.
All right. And what about registering a weapon?
So there's no federal requirement for registration of a weapon. There is, however, obviously based on my experience in this case and others through the task force work, I'm aware obviously in Michigan that there are certain registration requirements for handguns.
And why the same requirements for long guns?
No.
And do you know why that is?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Only if you know, did you
I have
say,
to ask him first if he knows that's what I'm trying to do.
did you say in the state there is a federal, that there's a state?
Correct.
State of Michigan.
through your position in the ATF, do you know
I think
why?
that's my question.
Yes, I thought you did.
State of Michigan?
It is the state of Michigan, yes.
Do you know why there are more restrictions on handguns?
I believe it's due to concealability.
Okay. Under state law, who can register a weapon?
Under state law, register a handgun?
Yes.
Okay, so under state law, you can register a handgun at 18 years old, but obviously you can't buy one till you're 21 from a federal firearms licensee. So you can, in one way, buy a private sale from someone that's 18 to someone that's over 18, and then register that firearm. So I have seen through previous experience that you could register a weapon at 18, a handgun, but you could not purchase that handgun from a federally licensed gun store, if that makes sense.
Okay. Were you made aware at some point if James Crumbley owned any other weapons other than the weapon he purchased on November 26th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the reference of a weapon. I think it's a vague question. I think what Agent Brandon is aware of is alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives. I think that the classification of a weapon is vague. If the prosecution is asking about firearms or handguns or pistols, then I think that should be the question and not specifically a weapon.
Well, this response can clarify that.
Correct, Your Honor.
Right? Go ahead.
You were made aware, what other, the reason I'm using weapon is because I don't want to specify because I'd be leading, so I'm trying to get him to explain it without asking a leading question. You were made aware, what did he also own or purchase, if you know?
So in June of that year, he had also purchased a Cobra Classic Derringer and also a Keltec P17 .22 caliber pistol from that same gun store in Oxford.
So that was about 5 months earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Were both of those guns bought at the same time?
They were bought within several days of each other, but they were not bought at the same time.
And how, did the gun store have any record of those sales?
Yes.
What was it?
So they had the 4473 documenting the sale of the Derringer, as well as a sales receipt and a Michigan pistol sales record documenting the sale to Mr. Crumbley for both the Derringer and the Keltec pistol.
Okay. So you indicated now 3 separate handguns. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I am going to start asking you about each of these handguns and describe the difference in each. I'm putting on gloves because this is evidence and I'm gonna touch it with my gloves on. And the first handgun I'm gonna ask you about is the handgun purchased on November 26th. Do you know what type of handgun it was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was a 6-hour SP 2022 with a specified serial number.
And so was it a 9mm?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right, so before I do that, Special Agent Brandon, what is the way to handle a handgun safely before you even pick it up? I know there are firearm safety guidelines, but how do you make sure when you're handling a weapon for the first time that you're doing so in a safe way before?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
I think the element of the crime that the defendant is charged with goes back to a legal duty in handling and storing a firearm. And so I absolutely think it's relevant.
Okay, do you mean picking it up or?
In every way.
I'm not.
Thank you. How do you safely pick up a handgun?
Sure. So based on the facts, so there is a zip tie in it, so everyone is aware that firearm has been made safe already. But for the purposes of this, so if you pick up the firearm, you want to keep it pointed in a safe direction. You want to keep your finger off the trigger, and you want to visually and physically inspect the chamber of the weapon and the magazine well of the weapon to make sure that it's not loaded.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up this. We know that is this the murder weapon?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we know that this has a zip tie in it.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you specify what exhibit number that is?
Yes, I'm sorry. 163. I think it's either admitted or there's no objection to it.
Correct.
Okay, this is a murder weapon, there's a zip tie in it. But even if there isn't, the general principle is to make sure the firearm is safe. You just said you physically examined the magazine well. Is that this right here?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then you also have to do a second step, did you say?
Yeah, so the same thing. So I would say physically and visually inspect the chamber of the weapon. So down the barrel, if you look down the barrel right
So
there, yep.
here?
And to make sure there's not a round inserted into the chamber of the firearm.
Okay, and again, there's a zip tie in here, but in order to comply with that, you'd have to physically inspect to make sure there's no round in this chamber.
Correct.
And why, what's the reason for that?
So with firearm, there's 4 basic principles of firearm safety. I mentioned 2 of them. Number 1 is to treat every firearm like it's loaded. Number 2 is to point the firearm in a safe direction. 3 would be keep your finger off the trigger, and then obviously not for court purposes, but if you're at a range or shooting, is to be mindful of your target and what's beyond it. At least that's the way ATF trains the 4 pillars of firearm safety. So the purpose would be to make sure that firearm's not loaded, that in case the trigger was accidentally or unintentionally discharged, that there's not an actual round in the chamber to be discharged.
Is it possible for a firearm to discharge without touching the actual trigger?
That would depend on a lot of different factors, including the type of firearm. I probably can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned earlier that you have to identify certain markings. Where are, and I'm going to give you some gloves if you don't mind. We practice with the gloves, so it doesn't look as long, but it's still, okay. If you wouldn't mind standing if that's okay with the judge. I'm gonna hand this handgun to you, safely pointed down, so you can show the jury what markings you're talking about to identify the weapon.
So as you can see right here, it's kind of hard to see with the light, but it says Sig Sauer, that would be the manufacturer. And then you have the serial number as well as the caliber generally also stamped on there as well.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to put this safely back into its box. And then do you know what these are?
Yes, those are the pistol magazines that come with the Sig Sauer SP 2022.
Okay. And just in case there are people on the jury that don't have a familiarity with handguns, what are these for? What's inside here usually?
So in a semi-automatic pistol, you would load your ammunition. Those magazines, I believe, can take up to 15 rounds. So you load the 9mm ammunition to capacity to 15 rounds and then insert that into the firearm. And then once you send the slide forward, that is what allows a round to be chambered into the firearm to be ready to be discharged.
So it has a 15 round capacity.
So it would have a 15 round magazine capacity. You can also fit 1 round in the chamber. So that firearm has a total capacity of 16 rounds.
Before you would have to reload.
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain to the jury what semi-automatic means?
So a semi-automatic firearm means that for every pull of the trigger, it only fires 1 projectile from the firearm, as opposed to a automatic firearm, which would be that if you pull the trigger 1 time, multiple rounds are dispelled from the firearm with 1 pull of the trigger.
The other 2 weapons you stated were a Derringer and a 22, correct?
It was a 22 caliber Derringer and a 22 caliber Cobra Classic, or a 22 caliber Kel-Tec pistol.
Okay, so Kel-Tec, all right. What is the difference between those 2 guns and a 9mm?
So a Kel-Tec, the Kel-Tec pistol is also a semi-automatic pistol. It's just chambered in 22 caliber as opposed to 9mm. It's a smaller round, and the Derringer.
And again, you say round, and I think for lay people they think of that as many. But what do you mean when you say round?
So I know that there's been some talk in this trial about bullets. Bullets are the part of the piece of ammunition that comes out of the firearm when it's shot. The round of ammunition is what's inserted into the magazine before it's fired. that has the, the fired cartridge case, the bullet itself, and then some type of propellant or powder, usually smokeless powder.
Okay, so a bullet is what comes out of the shell casing and is expelled from the chamber, but a round includes the shell casing and the bullet and any kind of, what was the last thing?
Yes, it would be like the powder that's used to. So it would be the round of ammunition is the actual full piece of ammunition prior to being fired.
Okay. And does the 22 that James Crumbley owned, does it shoot or fire faster? Does it have a larger capacity magazine?
So I'm not an expert on ballistics and traveling of speed of firearms, but as far as capacity goes, it's got, I think the Kel-Tec P17 has a 17 round total capacity, but the actual round of ammunition itself, a 9mm versus the 22, the 9mm is going to be a wider round. So what the caliber refers to is the diameter of the bore, or the inside of the barrel. So it would mean that the 9mm round is bigger, and based on the size of the round, it's got more. It's going to be heavier. So the damage from that round would be more than a 22 caliber round. If that makes sense.
What kind of handgun does law enforcement usually carry?
9mm generally. At ATF, we carry 9mm, and most of the departments and agencies I work with carry 9mm.
And do you know why?
Your Honor, I would object to relevance. How is it relevant?
It goes to the power and the use for a 9mm versus the weapon that the two handguns that James Crumbley already owned.
I guess I would normally agree with you, but we've heard on testimony of this trial that the shooter was intent, even after a family owned two other guns, on having his father buy a 9mm. So I would allow it.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury why law enforcement usually carries a 9mm, or you do with ATF? If you know.
Sure. So my understanding, based on the reasoning that ATF uses and other agencies, is that it's a powerful round that could be used to neutralize a threat. It's not going to over-penetrate, and the advancements in ballistics have made a 9mm the ideal round for law enforcement for using in defense.
And to put this into context, the hundreds of shooting investigations that you conducted or have been a part of, are those done normally with the 22 or 9mm or something else? If you can say
Sure.
it generally.
I don't think I can't recall working a shooting with more than one victim involving a 22 caliber firearm. I can recall several shootings that I've worked in the past where multiple victims involving a 9mm.
All right, thank you. I'm going to put this back in the evidence box and hand it to Lieutenant Willis, who is in charge of.
Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay, thank you, good, I appreciate that. All right, so. All right, I'm going to now introduce Exhibit 164. And okay, what is this?
That's the Cobra ENT Classic 2-shot 22 caliber Derringer purchased by Mr. Crumbley. I believe he paid for it on the 15th of June of 2021 and picked it up on the 16th of June 2021.
Okay, and this is pretty small.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this used for typically, if you know? And how many rounds can it? Well,
It can hold 2 rounds. I mean, in today's, I don't know if I can say exactly what it's used for. People use firearms for very different purposes, but you know, I know that that's been used in the past for a variety of different things.
Okay, thank you. And again, this was purchased when, if you know?
It was June 16th of 2021.
Okay. And that was 164. Okay. And this is 165. And again, do you know what this is?
Yes, that's the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol purchased by Mr. Crumbley on June 17th of 2021.
Okay, and if you know, was this weapon made safe by you or somebody else before I handle it?
Yes.
And how was it made safe?
So when I was going through the from last trial, cutting off zip ties and putting new ones on, I racked the slide 3 times, made sure there was no round in the chamber, and then myself and Lieutenant Willis installed zip ties on firearms.
Okay, so there's a zip tie in this?
Yes.
Okay. And again, can you tell the jury what this is, what caliber weapon this is?
Yes, that's a 22 caliber pistol.
Okay, and in a moment, we're going to see the defendant's son handling it, a video. Is this the weapon that he was handling in that video?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand this to you because I'd like you to explain to the jury how to safely handle this weapon in terms of what the safety means on and off. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. So this is the Kel-Tec P17 pistol. So it's not an official phrase, but it's what one a lot of people use is red means dead. So when the safety is off, you can see the red dot. So to engage the safety, you have to, put the safety up. I don't think it's going to do that now with the, it'll go up now. Yeah, with the zip tie implement, it's hard to get the slide to go all the way forward. But now the safety would be engaged. So if you pull the trigger, it's not supposed to fire. And when you come back down, that means red means dead. That means the safety is off.
Okay, and that, is this also, do you use a magazine with this gun?
Yes.
Okay, and how many rounds, if you know, does it hold?
16 rounds in the chamber, 1 round in the, or in the magazine, 1 round in the chamber for a total of 17.
Okay. Were there any gun cases recovered in the home?
Yes.
All right. I'm handing you what's People's Exhibit 166. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is the pistol case that goes with the Kel-Tec P17 pistol that I was just holding. It was located in the kitchen under the, I guess the island in the kitchen of the Crumbley residence.
Okay, and can you, if you wouldn't mind standing and showing how that is opened and what that looks like?
And this is the Sig Sauer, the cable lock that comes with the Sig Sauer pistol that was
We're going to get to that.
inside the Kel-Tec box.
So this is proposed exhibit 42. This case was this cable lock found in this case?
Yes.
Okay, And you said it was located in the kitchen?
Yes.
Where exactly in the kitchen, if you know?
I believe it was one of the cabinets underneath the island of the kitchen or a kitchen cabinet.
Okay, was there any gun in it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's the Caltech house.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the Caltech box, 160. All right, and was there any other case found in the home?
Yes, one other
Case. Okay, I want to just make the distinction here. Is there a difference between a gun case and a gun safe?
Yes,
Okay, what is it? And when I'm saying safe, I mean a portable safe.
sure. So a gun case is generally what comes from the manufacturer, or sometimes a gun store, if they're selling you a used firearm, will use an old gun case to give with you. But the Caltech box I was just holding has 2 holes in it that can be locked. That's a gun case. That's what comes with the purchase of a firearm, specifically a handgun most of the time.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, there are holes on both sides that a locking mechanism could be run through to lock the case itself.
Did you find any of those locking mechanisms, or was it found just like this?
There were no locking mechanisms in it when it was found.
Okay. I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 167. And you might have to stand to show the jury so they can hear it. What do you know what that is?
Yes, this is it's a small pistol safe. So it's got a combination lock and so it would just, you close the lock, it's typical, your standard combination lock, you close it, spin the dial and have your combination code.
And do you know where that was found in the house?
Yes, it was in the, on a TV stand in the Crumbley, Mrs. Crumbley's bedroom on the right-hand side inside of a cabinet.
All right, and was there anything in it?
Yes.
What was in it?
So there was the Caltech P17 pistol as well as a Derringer 22-shot 22 caliber handgun as well, both inside this safe.
And that was the small gun that we just showed the jury, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they both fit in here.
And then the Caltech that you just showed them with the safety.
Yes.
Those two.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So
This one fell down here.
there's a combination on this thing,
Yes.
and do you know what the combination was?
Well, I know what it is. I just opened it. It's 000.
Okay, was this the combination at the time when this safe was found?
Yes.
Okay. Does the SIG fit in that gun case?
It does not.
Gun SIG.
It does not fit.
Even if it's just by itself without any other handgun?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other case found in the home?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 41. And what is this?
This is the,
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is the Sig Sauer SP 2022, the murder weapon. This is the pistol case that would have came with it. Similar to the Caltech, it does have 2 holes to be locked as well.
Okay, and I'm going to open that. And where was this found, if you know?
This was found on the on top of the bed in the Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley's bedroom.
Was there anything in it?
At the time, no, it looked like this.
Okay, was there anything underneath the phone?
I learned later that there was, yes.
Okay, do you want to tell the jury what that was?
Yes, so there is a receipt for the SP 2022 from the gun store in Oxford, as well as the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice pamphlet that was previously discussed.
Okay, and is that something they have to provide?
Yes.
All right. Special Agent Brandon, what was your reaction to finding that? When did you find that the pamphlet was in here? You know.
For this pamphlet, I found that this was in the case during preparation for the trial of Mr. Crumbley's wife.
And did you know where it was up until that point?
You're not going to object to relevance on this line of questioning?
About where it was. I guess I didn't really understand the question, where that box was?
So I don't want to put words in his mouth, but as an offer of proof, It was not clear to Special Agent Brandon, based on the crime scene and the search of the home, where the ATF pamphlet was that he knew must have had to have been sold with this gun. And he picked up the phone and saw it sometime after, is what he's saying.
Okay.
So not the case itself, Your Honor, but the pamphlet that was within the case along with the receipt. I'm objecting to the relevance of questions about that, not the case itself.
Okay, well, I think that the pamphlet being sold with the gun is relevant, and its location in the home is relevant, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm going to ask him about the pamphlet and ask to read excerpts of the pamphlet. And I know that opposing counsel actually asked Ed Wagrowski to do that, so I'm hoping there's not an objection, but I can lay a proper foundation if there is.
Okay, now I don't know if you answered the question about where he comes from.
And thank you, Your Honor. What was your reaction to that?
So finding the pamphlet?
Yes.
So when I lifted up the phone and saw the pamphlet in there, I was shocked.
Okay, why?
As the pamphlet says on the front, it says Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. Means they were on notice. They had to pick this up and move it to the back of that gun case and basically discard it underneath the phone.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what's the purpose of the law requiring that pamphlet to be given to someone purchasing a gun?
The purpose of it, do you want me to read from it?
First, I want you to tell me the purpose, and then I want you to read.
So the purpose of the pamphlet is to inform the buyer of the firearm that juvenile gun violence is a major problem and that safely securing your firearm will prevent that from happening.
Okay, and if you open it up, where does it refer to that?
So on the first page, it says Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice, and there's 4 bullet points. The first says the misuse of handguns is a leading contributor to juvenile violence and fatalities. And the second one says safely storing and securing firearms away from children will help prevent the unlawful possession of handguns by juveniles, stop accidents, and save lives.
I can do that.
Yep.
Thank you. Your Honor, we've marked the pamphlet as, and we're going to mark it as 168. I don't know if it was admitted previously. We did discuss it in other witnesses. Yes.
Any objection?
No.
168.
All right. I want to go back to make sure, like the Caltech box, there is the same, these two like little plastic loops. What are those?
So those are designed by the manufacturer so that the case is capable of being locked. So you could actually lock your pistol inside that case.
Okay. When this was found, do you know if there was any locking mechanism in it at all?
There were not.
Okay. Were the 3 guns purchased by James Crumbley, including the SIG for his son, did they have to be registered?
So it's my understanding, based on prior investigation as part of the task force and as part of this case, that the handguns were required to be registered within the state of Michigan, yes.
And what's the timing on that?
So if you receive a pistol sales record from a federal firearms licensee in the state of Michigan, you have 10 business days to drop it off, or 10 days to drop it off at like a local county sheriff's office, your local police department. In this case, obviously the murder weapon was purchased 4 days before, so there was still some time left to drop that off. Obviously that never occurred.
Okay. Were any of those handguns registered?
No.
All right. I want to go back to November 30th for a moment. And you said you connected with Lieutenant Marsban. And what was the purpose of doing that?
So the purpose of connecting with him at the time was to help in any way I could. He had started working on a search warrant from the Crumbley family residence. And as a part of that, I offered my assistance with whatever was necessary.
Okay. Did you have to watch the surveillance video, or did you watch the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything notable about it?
Yes, there were 3 things that, in watching the surveillance video from the shooting, that I found relevant.
And what were they?
So the first was the stance that the shooter took when for the shot that killed Tate. I noticed that he had some type of firearms training. It appeared to me that he did. I remember remarking to the people in the room at the time that that's what I thought. He had taken what we refer to as a shooter stance. His shoulders were rolled forward, his feet were spread. So that was the first thing that I noticed.
And what did that tell you?
I thought he had some level of proficiency with firearms, whether he had been to a gun range, whether he had training, or just been at least introduced to firearms in the past.
Okay, and then the second thing?
So the second thing was what's called a tactical magazine exchange, or what some other departments call a combat reload. So after the shooter moved through the school, and after reloading his first magazine, his firearm was completely empty, so he loaded a fully loaded magazine into the firearm and continued to shoot. After that, after firing several rounds, he ejected that magazine, placed it in his pocket, and then inserted a full magazine into the firearm so that he was fully loaded in the firearm.
And what's the purpose of that? Why is that significant?
So the way we're trained, at least for law enforcement shootings, is that if you're involved in an incident, you always want to have as much ammunition as possible. So if you have a brief moment where the gunfire is low in the gunfire, if you're in a gunfight, would be to eject your partially loaded magazine, insert a full one, but not to throw it on the ground, to keep it for later in case you need it.
Okay. What's the third thing?
So the third thing was when the shooter came out of the bathroom and surrendered to law enforcement. Prior to them coming down the hallway, he took the magazine out of the firearm and he forgot to didn't rack a round out of the chamber, so there was still a round in the chamber, I believe. But he took the magazine out and placed it on top of a trash bin, which I found unique. Not something that someone would do if they had just committed a mass shooting.
After viewing that, what did you do next as a result of noting those three things?
So my responsibility at the time was to help Lieutenant Marsman create a timeline for the affidavit. After noting those things, the following day, the day after the shooting, I began to start an investigation, thinking that the shooter had been to a gun range, contacted a gun range in the area, and confirmed he had in fact been to the range.
How did you know how did you pick that gun range?
It's probably the most popular gun range in the area and for driving distance from the Crumbley residence.
All right, and as a result of your investigation leading to looking at gun range visits, what was uncovered?
So at the gun range, we were able to, it was a gun range in Clarkston, able to locate surveillance video for 2 instances, as well as receipts for visits. I believe there was numerous visits. I believe it was around 8 total visits.
And were there any other tools in the investigation you used to determine visits to gun range and who was there and at what time?
Yes. So in addition to the actual records and surveillance video, forensic review of the extractions of the Mr. Crumbley's cell phone, as well as his son's and Mrs. Crumbley's, put together more visits to the ranges as well as videos of those instances.
All right. I'm going to show just one moment here. Let's start with June 15th of 2021. Do you know why that date's significant?
Yes, that was the date Mr. Crumbley initiated the purchase for the Derringer.
Okay, and the slides in People's 169, what are we looking at?
This is a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley on the 15th of June, 2021.
Okay, now time, it says UTC -4, 11:34 a.m. Is that actual time?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read the text? In blue, what does blue indicate? Which person?
Blue is Jennifer Crumbley. Green is going to be James Crumbley.
Okay, and can you read those texts?
Yes. So Jennifer Crumbley asks, talk at 12, and then Mr. Crumbley responds, taking Ethan to store at 12, and then Mrs. Crumbley asks if you get gun.
Okay, and then the next.
Mr. Crumbley.
He's answering her?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Crumbley responds, yes, and Mo, I believe that's supposed to be no. Jennifer responds, huh? And then James says, we paid for the gun and bought it, but can't pick it up till everything clears Washington, in parentheses, FBI. Could be today, tomorrow, or next day, they don't know. And then Mrs. Crumbley responds, gotcha, bring me those fruit punch things when you come to bring hay.
All right, the message about he had to wait, did you, through your investigation, did it reveal that that's consistent with what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and remind the jury why.
So sometimes when you purchase a firearm, the background may take a little bit of time, depending on a lot of different factors. And in this case, it took enough time to where Mr. Crumbley had to come back the next day to pick up the firearm.
Okay, and then the next exhibit, People's 170, do you know what that is?
Yes, this again is Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Blue is Jennifer, and she says, "How much is your gun?" And Mr. Crumbley replies, $300.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as and admitted as People's 29. This is a receipt for, what is it for? Do you know?
This is the receipt for the Cobra, for the Derringer. This is dated 6/15. It says 16 at the 6/16 at the top, which is the date the actual sale went through, and it's for $180.15.
So this is not $300. Was there a gun he purchased that was $300 that day?
Approximately, yes.
And what gun was that?
That would have been the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol.
Okay, so the Derringer, the small one, was $169, and this is the receipt for the Kel-Tec. What else is on that receipt?
It's 2 boxes of ammunition at $14.95.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to June 26th, which is about 10 days later. Do you know if James Crumbley went to the gun range on that date?
Yes.
What?
20.
1 minute. I'm sorry, I skipped a page. Sorry about that. June 20th.
Yes, that's correct.
And the People's 171 is on the screen. Can you tell the jury what that was, what that is?
Yes, this is, again, Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. In blue, Jennifer asks, "Can you guys answer your phone?" And then James Crumbley responds, "No, at gun range, loud."
All right. And People's did you find any videos through your investigation of the range on that day?
Yes,
And where'd you find it?
on James Crumbley's cell phone.
All right, and you're looking at 172 and 173. We're going to play those for the jury, but before we do, can you tell them what they're going to see?
Yes, so the first video is at 12:58 p.m. on June 20th, and it's a video of the shooter's son shooting the Kel-Tec pistol at the gun range. And then the following video is a video of the the defendant's son shooting the Derringer at an outdoor gun range a couple minutes later.
Okay.
Same range?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. What, if anything, do you see or notice in that video?
In the second one,
Yes.
it appeared he almost shot his hand on the during the video.
And why is that?
He had his hand in front of the muzzle of the firearm.
Okay, when you say he, what do you?
I'm sorry, the defendant, Mr. Crumbley's son.
Okay, the shooter.
Yes.
All right. Did you know, did James send those videos to anybody that day?
I don't recall if he sent them that day or the next day, but he did send them to Mrs. Crumbley at some point.
All right, and how do you know that?
I reviewed her cell phone as well.
Okay, and Exhibit 174, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, so that is one of the videos being sent on June 21st, 2021.
All right, and this is 2 slides or one? It's 2 slides. Oh, and then, is this the second video?
Yep, this is in the reverse order. So the first, they're both videos were sent from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley on June 21st, 2021.
Okay, so these exhibits are him sending her the videos?
Yes.
All right, did you learn what she did with the videos, if anything?
Yes, she took one of the videos and uploaded it, I believe, as an Instagram story.
Okay, and that's exhibit 175. Can you read what the post says in addition to the video?
Sure. It says Ethan, and it tags, I believe that's Mr. Crumbley's Instagram account. Both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
All right, and then now we're to drawing your attention to June 26th. Did they go to the gun range that day?
Yes.
Do you know where it was?
It was at so for the rest of these, I believe it's the indoor gun range in Clarkston, Michigan.
Okay, and exhibit 176, can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a receipt in the name of James Robert Crumbley on June 26, 2021 for one range, handgun range fee of $20, and then one small silhouette target at 75 cents.
Do you know if the videos were taken on that day?
Yes,
Do you know if they were sent to anyone?
I do.
And who were they sent to?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, drawing your attention to exhibit 177. What is that, if you know?
This is a video sent from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley of the shooter at the firearms range in Clarkston on June 26th.
And this 178, which is admitted, I believe, is this the video that was taken and sent to Jennifer?
Yes, this is actually, I believe, is the Instagram story that was created from that video and uploaded to Instagram by Jennifer Crumbley.
Can you tell from the video which firearm he's using?
Yes, that's the Kel-Tec P17 .22 caliber pistol.
Okay. Drawing your attention to July 2nd, did you uncover any evidence that James and his mother-in-law, Jennifer's mother, went to the range with the shooter?
Yes.
And how did you discover that?
So there were messages between James Crumbley and his mother-in-law on Facebook discussing a range visit. I think the conversation occurs on July 2nd, 2021, but it's actually for a range visit occurring on, I believe, July 3rd, 2021.
Okay, can you read that to the jury?
Sure. So in blue is going to be James Crumbley's mother-in-law. She says, still planning on taking the shooter to the gun range tomorrow morning, then lunch. Is he still available, and do we need to make reservations? Mr. Crumbley responds, he is good, no reservations needed. I'll go with you guys. His mother-in-law replies, awesome, glad you can join us. We don't know what we are doing, LOL.
And
For the
then
record, this is 377.
377. And then the next response from James?
Just take Maybe Road up to Dixie, turn left, and it will be on the right-hand side. The shooter will be excited. We will rent a few different guns. They have a special for 9mm on 25 for a box of 50. His mother-in-law replies, sounds great. Mr. Crumbley says, make it closer to 1045.
Right, and do we have any video from that day?
We do not.
Do we know who was there? Well, first, it's 179 and 180. What are those?
Those are receipts from July 25th. Those are not from that visit.
Okay, so now we're to July 25th.
Yes.
And what do those receipts show?
So on the left-hand side of the screen is looks like a purchase of ammunition for 6 boxes of .22 caliber ammunition for a total of 4790, or let's see, 5082 at the bottom. And then on the right, it's a range visit by Mr. Crumbley. It's a handgun range fee at $20, a small silhouette. I should mention that the receipt on the left also is in the name James Crumbley.
What's a silhouette mean?
It's a silhouette of a person that's used at a gun range.
Okay, and Exhibit 181, can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, so this is geolocation information for the Gmail account for James Crumbley. And for, I believe he is in green on this. And then the purple dots would be Jennifer Crumbley meeting on July 25th, 2021. Both Jennifer and James Crumbley were at the firearms range in Clarkston, Michigan.
Okay, I'm drawing your attention to August 15th. Exhibit 183, this is a receipt, what is it for?
This is dated August 15th, 2021. The receipt has a range fee of $20 again. I believe that's so it'll be 200 rounds of 22 caliber ammunition and one small silhouette, again, a silhouette of a person target.
And 184, what is this?
This is James Crumbley's Gmail geolocation information showing he was at the Clarkston gun range at that time.
Okay, and you were here for Ed Wogroski's testimony, correct?
Yes.
All right, did you see the video that the shooter sent to his friend in August of 2021?
I did.
All right, I'm going to put 70 and 71 up on the screen. That's one slide. First, what are we looking at?
So this is the first video filmed by the defendant's son on August 19th around 9:30 p.m. that was sent to his friend.
All right, and what time was it?
It was 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and can we see that video? Okay, I'm stopping. Mr. Keese is stopping at what are we looking at?
So this is the defendant's son holding the Kel-Tec P17 pistol. It doesn't appear to have a magazine inserted. It didn't appear to have a round in the chamber. The safety was, again, red means dead. The safety was not engaged.
Okay, and can we continue? All right. Can you tell, based on, I should probably lay a better foundation. Were you ever inside the Crumbley home?
Yes.
When were you there?
On the night of November 30th, 2021, the night of the shooting, we executed the search warrant there.
Okay, so you were there during the search?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize anything in that video that signifies where the shooter was?
I do, but not from being in the residence. It was from other cell phone extractions from, I believe, Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley's phones. I believe they changed couches in that living room at some point. It was a black leather couch that I recognized being in the living room.
Okay. All right. Exhibit 72 and 73, they've both been previously admitted. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is the video that I believe Detective Recross had testified to previously. It was sent to the defendant's son's friend by the defendant's son on August 20th at 12:30 in the morning.
All right, and was there a text that accompanied this right after or before the video was sent?
Yes, it was around the time that the video was sent. I believe it said, my dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL. I'm paraphrasing. I don't know if that's the exact text, but that's the general idea.
Is that the text?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And we're going to play the video, which has been previously admitted. And before we do, can you tell the jury what they're about to see?
Sure. So the defendant's son has the Kel-Tec P17 pistol in his hand. Again, the safety's not engaged. He slams the firearm down on top of the magazine, loads the magazine, and then sends the slide forward, chambering around into the firearm, meaning that if he pulled the trigger at that moment, it would go off.
Okay. All right. What do you see in that picture besides the Kel-Tec?
Appears to be a cat.
And based on your investigation, do you know about that cat?
I believe that's the shooter's cat, Dexter.
All right, and what surface is that? Can you tell?
Yes, so after being in the home for the search warrant, I'm aware that that is their kitchen. Really didn't have a kitchen area. It was more their living room or dining room table, so to speak. It was a higher kind of four-top table. That is the same wood grain that's on the table in their dining room.
All right, and we know this was taken at 12:30 a.m. Is that what you said?
I believe it was sent at 12:30, but I think it was taken relatively close to that time.
Okay. Do you hear anything else in the background?
All I heard was crickets and then the sound of the magazine and then the slide going forward.
Okay, and we've previously introduced the GPS data that shows whether or not James Crumbley was in the home during this time. Was he?
He was.
Okay. Okay, can you just look me? All right, I just want to talk to me about this video, Special Agent Brandon, and what your view is on whether or not what was happening in that video was safe.
So I would say that regardless if Mr. Crumbley was standing over his shoulder or not, that would not be safe. The firearm is on top of a dining room table. It's loaded, the safety's off, and it's pointed in a direction that if you're inside their home, you can't tell from the video whether he's facing the front of the home or the side of the home. But regardless, the firearm's pointed at a direction that would be almost chest level if a person was beyond the walls of the house or if a person was standing nearby. Not to mention almost, pointing the firearm at the cat.
All right. That's the magazine. Can you tell if it's loaded or not?
Yes, that magazine there, you can see the rounds of ammunition in the firearm.
All right, and you said, could you see whether there was a round in the chamber?
I don't believe there was until he loaded the magazine and then sent the slide forward, or else it would have malfunctioned.
Okay, where's he loading? That's loading the magazine. Is that's the safety?
Yep, so the safety's not engaged and the round is, the top of the magazine is visible there. And if once he sends that slide forward, that's what takes that round and puts it into the chamber.
Okay. What if that was being supervised by somebody like James? Would it change your opinion of the safety of that action?
No, so based on what we spoke about before being the 4 rules of firearm safety. So obviously that firearm is loaded, so treat every firearm like it's loaded. We point it in a safe direction. So there's really no safe direction for that firearm to be if it's chest level on a table. The only safe position would be whether it was outside or pointed at the floor. Obviously if you're loading a firearm to carry on your person, you point it at the floor where it's away from people so it can't hurt anyone if it discharged.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to September 1st. Did the defendant, did James take his son to the shooting range on that day?
Your Honor, I'm just going to ask for clarification, September 1st of what year?
2021, the weapons weren't purchased until June 2021 and November 2021.
Yes, I believe that's correct, yes.
All right, and Exhibit 185, what is that?
It says, it's a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley, and it says, the shooter and I are headed to the gun range.
And Exhibit 186 and 187.
Those are receipts from the gun range in Clarkston, both in James Crumbley's name. The one on the left is for range time. Looks like 200 rounds of 22 caliber ammunition, 2 silhouette targets, and then a rental of a 22 caliber revolver. And then on the right-hand side is 1 50-round box of 22 caliber ammunition.
Did James take a video of his son that day?
Yes.
And how do you know?
It was located on James Crumbley's phone.
And that's Exhibit 188?
Yes.
All right, we're going to play that. All right. On September 25th, of 2021, did you come to learn that James took his son to the range on that day?
Yes.
And this is Exhibit 189. What's that receipt for?
So it's a receipt again, and the name's James Robert Crumbley. It's got a range fee, a rental of a 9mm pistol, 9mm ammunition, 22 caliber ammunition, as well as a black torso target, it says.
All right. And this, do you know if that was a SIG?
That was not. It was a 9mm HK VP9.
Okay. Is there a video of that day?
Yes. So the actual gun range surveillance video, this was the furthest back for the range visits that we could get due to the footage writing over itself. So September 25th was the first date that we actually could get footage from the gun range in Clarkston.
All right. And this is 190. We're going to play that. And what are we looking at here?
So this is at the gun range in Clarkston. This is outside of the shooting area. This is where you pay for targets, ammunition, rent firearms. In the white sweatshirt is Mr. Crumbley wearing looks like a Seattle Seahawks ball cap. And then you have the shooter wearing a gray sweatshirt, dark colored pants, Nike shoes, and a black hat.
And what do you observe James Crumbley wearing at his belt level?
Appears to be a holster.
Can you tell the jury what you're observing?
Yep. So at some point, it looks like the shooter was trying to clear a malfunction from the firearm. He's checking the chamber to see if the round's chambered. He's having some kind of malfunction with it, and he is having trouble clearing it.
And can you tell what firearm that is?
The footage here is real grainy. I can't say for certain.
And what does he appear to be doing right at this time?
So he keeps checking the chamber for a round. He's having issues with it. He goes over to Mr. Crumbley. They walk back over. Mr. Crumbley picks up the firearm. He racks the slide 3 times to try to see what's going on with the firearm, and then he inserts the magazine here and gets the firearm back in operating condition.
All right. What is the relative price difference between the 9mm ammunition and 22 ammunition?
So just generally speaking, a 9mm ammunition is more expensive than 22 caliber ammunition. 22 caliber ammunition is more for target practice, and 9mm ammunition can be used for anything from target practice to home defense. It's generally more expensive for 9mm ammunition.
And when you say more expensive, can you roughly say about how much generally?
It honestly,
That's to relevance, Your Honor.
Yeah, what's the moment?
The relevance is that 9mm ammunition is expensive, and it's typically not something that you would buy just to shoot at the range, particularly if this is your hobby. It's expensive.
That calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Well, unless he knows, unless he knows.
Is 9mm ammunition, because of the cost, is it something that you typically see at a range?
people do shoot 9mm ammunition at the range. Now, what level of money they're willing to pay for that type of ammunition all varies depending on if you're going to shoot at the range. Obviously, you're going to try to use less expensive ammunition, but that'd be speculating anything beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Drawing your attention to October 3rd, was there evidence uncovered that James and his son went to the range on that day?
Yes.
And Exhibit 191, that's a Facebook message.
Yes, this is from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley on October 3rd at 12:01 p.m. It says, "Cool, just got cleaning our guns, leaving for range in a few."
All right, and then 192 is a receipt. Is it from that day?
Yes, it's from October 3rd, 2021, in the name James Robert Crumbley. It's for a silhouette target, a range fee. I believe that's 100 rounds of 22 caliber ammunition, and then an additional, it looks like an additional 2 boxes with 22 caliber ammunition.
All right. Drawing your attention now to November 26th of 2021, you testified earlier that you were involved in the tracing of the weapon and the purchase of it on that day, correct?
Yes.
All right. And was that 9mm SIG purchased on that day?
Yes.
I'm showing you previously admitted 37 and 38. We've talked about this. What are these?
This is the receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol that was sold to James Crumbley.
All right. And the cost?
The gun itself was $489.95 with tax. It was a total of $519.35.
All right. And 38 is what?
This is the pistol sales record that would have been completed by the gun store and signed by Mr. Crumbley, documenting his purchase of the Sig Sauer pistol.
And were you able to, or did you review any posts that the shooter made with this firearm purchase for him?
Yes.
All right. And I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 95, and there are 3 slides here. What's the first one?
So the first one, so the text for the post, it was November 26th, says, "Just got my new beauty today, Sig Sauer 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer." It's a picture in the Crumbley's kitchen. It's hard to see from this photograph, but there's you see yellow and then some wood floor underneath it. That's the counters in their kitchen.
So I'm holding the box, so this would be showing through this handle with the circle?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and that is the Sig Sauer SP 2022 purchased by James Crumbley.
All right, and then the second slide?
This is a picture of the defendant's son holding the Sig Sauer SP 2022 in the Crumbley family residence. That's the same floor inside their house.
And it's a post?
Yes.
All right, and it says?
It's the same. So the same text appears in all 3 photographs, but there's the second. There's the first photograph of just the firearm, second of Mr. Crumbley or Mr. Crumbley's son holding the firearm, and then the third picture, I believe, is the Mr. Crumbley's son lining up the sights. So on a firearm, there's the rear sights and the front sights, and when you line those up, that's what you're shooting at. That's what you use to aim, and that's where those 3 dots are aligned. That's Mr. Crumbley's son pointing the firearm at the floor inside their residence.
All right. Drawing your attention to 97, Exhibit 97. Where was this photo found?
This was found on Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone. It depicts the top firearm where you see the red dot again is the Keltec the P17. And then the bottom firearm is the murder weapon. It's the Sig Sauer SP 2022. This is all inside of the Sig Sauer box. You see the 2 Sig magazines on the right side of the screen, plus the ATF pamphlet and the cable lock provided by Sig Sauer.
Okay. anything stand out to you about this picture?
As far as,
The ATF?
well, the pamphlet obviously is on top of the foam in this picture, and the cable lock is still in the box with the SIG Sauer. Obviously, it was later recovered in the Keltec box, not in the box with the SIG Sauer.
All right, and in addition to the ATF pamphlet, is there anything else posted at the gun store about safety?
Yes, so behind the counter in the gun store in Oxford is the same 4 bullet points that are in the inside left cover of that ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act. It hangs behind the counter.
All right,
It's 193.
yes, it's 193. All right. This is, all right, this is exhibit 42. What is this?
That is the cable lock that was provided with the SIG Sauer pistol.
All right, and is this cable lock is specifically provided with the SIG, with this actual gun?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and looking at this, I'm gonna hand it to you now.
Can I get another pair of gloves? It's getting a little hot up here.
I know, I took mine off.
It's climbing.
It happens all the time.
Thank you.
I don't know if those are the small ones.
That's all right. I'll figure it out.
We're working on it.
Definitely the smaller ones this time.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I do have the bigger ones.
That's all right.
You got them on. Okay. I'm going to ask you I'm going to hand this to you, and then I'm going to ask you to tell the jury whether or not you think this has ever been opened.
So I would say, is it possible that this top part had been opened? Yes. If this was used consistently and pulled out of this packaging, there'd be more tearing on the side. It's cheap plastic packaging.
All right. And what's inside of it at the bottom?
So there's the instruction manual in here, as well as the 2 keys that are still inserted in the cable lock.
Okay. And your testimony is this is provided with, I'm going to take this back. This was provided with the SIG when it was purchased on November 26th, correct?
Yes.
And where was this found in the home when you searched it on November 30th, 2021?
That was in the Keltec box in the kitchen.
All right, so it was found not in the SIG box.
No,
So the Keltec box, which is somewhere here.
underneath the SIG box. Yeah.
Okay. So the SIG cable lock was found with the Keltec. Where was the Keltec?
The Keltec box is in the kitchen.
Okay, but the Keltec, the weapon, was in the gun safe?
That's correct. Yeah, the Keltec pistol was in the gun safe in the Crumbley's bedroom.
Okay, so this was found open or closed?
That was closed.
All right, and did you testify earlier this was found in a cabinet in the kitchen?
I believe it was a cabinet or like a little space in the kitchen underneath an island or whatever.
Okay, and if we go back to the picture that Jennifer Crumbley posted, same cable lock?
Yes.
Okay. On November 27th, drawing your attention to exhibit 195, what is that?
That is a receipt from the range in the name Jennifer Lynn Crumbley for November 27, 2021. It's for pistol range visit, 1 target, and 2 boxes of Patriot Defense 9mm 124 grain ammunition at $23 or almost $24 a box.
Okay, so 4 days earlier when the gun was purchased, is there a video of that,
Yes.
the purchase of the gun?
Is there a video of the purchase of the gun? No, the gun store did not have footage for that day.
Okay, so, but this is the 27th, the next day. Is that a Saturday?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and is there a video from that?
Yes, there was footage at the gun range in Clarkson. There was not footage at the gun store in Oxford.
Okay, and do you've heard all the testimony before. Were you able to determine where James Crumbley was on this day, on a Saturday when when Jennifer and the shooter went to the range?
Yes, he was working that day doing DoorDash deliveries for most of the day.
Okay. All right, it's exhibit 196. I'm gonna play this and the first part of it and stop for a moment at the counter and then move to, I think, just a section at the end, because it's long. So
Sure.
just wanted to let everyone. Okay, so what are we looking at right now?
So the woman holding the pistol case, that's the 6-hour pistol case. That's Jennifer Crumbley. Behind her is the shooter wearing that gray sweatshirt and sweatpants and black shoes.
Now that she's paying for what, if you know?
So right now, I think she just handed him her license. But
Okay,
based on the receipts for this visit, like I said, there was the target, 2 boxes of 9mm ammunition, and then the range visit itself.
all right. Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. What is he doing?
He made it 2 with his hand.
All right, and how many boxes of ammo did they actually purchase?
2, but
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It sounds like the prosecution is asking Agent Brandon to speculate as to what the number 2 could be. There are also 2 people there. There could be 2 sets of ear protection. It could be 2 targets. It could be 2 of anything. She's asking for speculation.
That goes to weight, not admissibility.
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay.
You don't know what he was referring to, there's no sound.
I don't. If you play the video and it continues, we'll see what happens next.
Okay. And if you know what is happening now?
He's picking up the targets and 2 boxes of ammunition. He's ringing the 2 boxes of ammunition up now.
And how much were the 2 boxes of ammunition for 9mm? 9mm.
I don't recall. It'll be on the previous slide for the receipt, but I think it was around $24.
$24 total or $24 for each box?
I believe it was 24 for each box.
Okay. All right, we're going to now go to, what happens after they leave here?
So they pay for their range visit, they get their firearm or the ammunition, the targets. They then proceed to go put ear protection on and walk into the range and begin to load magazines and then take turns firing the weapon.
All right, and we're gonna go to the segment where they're actually firing the weapon. Okay, what's happening here?
So in the back, the shooter is loading ammunition into the magazines. At one point during the video, Mrs. Crumbley does help load at least a couple rounds of ammunition as well into the magazines, and then they proceed to take turns shooting the firearm.
All right, and we're gonna speed to a part. Is there some point where you're observing him instructing or trying to help his mother?
Yes.
All right. Okay, what are we seeing here?
So this is one of the times that the shooter shot the murder weapon. He sends the target downrange, loads the magazine into the firearm, and then discharges it several times.
Now, as far as you know, in terms of looking at all the evidence, is that the first time he's fired that weapon, if you know?
Yes, based on all the evidence I was able to locate, this is the first time, yes.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead to, does Jennifer Crumbley ever fire the weapon?
Yes, she takes, I think, 2 total turns firing the weapon, I believe.
And what are you observing?
So in the video, the shooter's instructing his mother how to load a magazine and chamber around. Right now he's pointing to the slide release, telling her how to send the slide forward and chamber around from that magazine in the firearm.
How many rounds, if you know, did they fire that day?
I believe it was a total of 50. There was 2 boxes of 50 rounds of ammunition, and they left the range with 1 full box of 50 rounds.
Do you know how many she fired versus the shooter?
I don't know the exact number. I know that it was significantly more for the shooter than his mother.
Okay, do you know, how do you know that they left with 1 full box?
So at the end of the video, the shooter packages up the 6-hour in the 6-hour pistol case, and then hands the box. His mom takes the box, Mrs. Crumbley takes the box as they leave, and the shooter walks out carrying the box of ammunition.
Okay, and we're gonna fast forward to that part. Do you see any, can you, in watching this video, is it visible, the actual case?
Yes.
And do you see a lock or the ATF pamphlet?
No, not during this video, no.
Okay. And is that the SIG case?
It is.
Now, is he permitted to carry that gun out of the range?
So there would be nothing barring him with his mother's supervision right there from carrying the firearm, no.
Okay. And what about the ammo?
Same with the ammo.
Okay. And we see later, he's packaging it up?
Yes.
Okay. And we see later them leaving, and who's carrying what?
Right now he's trying to figure out how to fit all the magazines and the firearm in the pistol case. He eventually is successful in doing so, closes the clamps on the firearm case. His mother walks out with it, and he walks out with the ammunition.
Okay. And if you know, how many rounds did he take to the school that day?
I believe there was a total of 50 based on the number of rounds discharged being 32 and the rounds recovered.
We talked about the cable lock that was sold with the SIG. If it had been installed in that firearm, about how long does that take to install a cable lock?
If the slide's already to the rear of the firearm and the magazine port and the ejection port are visible, it would take under 10 seconds.
Okay. I want to lastly draw your attention to Exhibit 130. What's that?
So this is an Instagram post by the defendant's son.
It's 100, sorry.
Oh, yep. By the defendant's son, after returning from the shooting range, took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights, LOL. And then there's a picture of his target.
All right. And this is a post that Jennifer Crumbley posted that day?
Yes, that same day, mom and son day, testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye.
And this is just a different picture with the same post?
Yes, I believe she had 3 photographs with her post, including the SIG Sauer on the kitchen counter with the ATF pamphlet underneath.
And do you see a cable up?
I do not.
Okay. Moving to Exhibit 130. This is the math worksheet.
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity during your investigation to look at this?
yes.
And what caught your attention, if anything, with this drawing?
The very first thing I noticed was that there was an apparent shooting victim on the drawing. Whether it was a fatal shooting, non-fatal shooting, I'm not certain, but it clearly, when I looked at it, it was not a suicide.
Anything else?
Yes, so the firearm that was drawn on the piece of paper, after reviewing the murder weapon, I noted several similarities between the two and believed that this was actually a drawing of the murder weapon.
And what was similar?
So on the back of the murder weapon, there are striations or lines on the slide of the firearm. Additionally, the shape of the trigger guard, so it's the part where the trigger is housed in. It's that kind of I would say that it's like a half U shape where the trigger's inside of, as well as where the ejection port is, and most notably the magazine. So the bottom of that firearm, you see how it's not flush, how there's basically 2 parts there? That part on the SIG Sauer magazines, there's like a lip that's different than other firearms that shows how it kind of like curves down on the front.
All right, next I'm going to, what about is there a picture of any ammo on that drawing?
Yes, there's a picture of ammunition. It's definitely a pistol caliber ammunition. It's definitely not 22 caliber ammunition. It does appear to be a 9mm round of ammunition, or at least resemble one.
Okay, and next I'm showing you exhibits previously admitted, 97, 101, and 130. What are we looking at?
So those are pictures of the murder weapon on either side. You can see the markings I was talking about, the striations on the back of the slide of the firearm, the shape of the magazine, especially when you look on the picture on the right. You see how that it's not a flat shape. It doesn't sit flush with the firearm, how there's different levels there. Additionally, the location of the ejection port and the shape of that trigger guard, again, that half kind of U shape there.
And Special Agent Brandon, my last question is, what was your impression when you viewed that drawing?
My impression when I viewed the drawing?
Yes.
That he drew his firearm.
In the entire drawing, what was your conclusion, or what were your impressions through your investigation? What was the drawing up?
He drew a murder.
Thank you. Nothing further. Can we take a break at this time, Brandon? I think the jury's probably.
Yes, please, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, I have to ask about the heat, but this is an old building and this happens all the time. An hour from now, we'll all be freezing, so. And then let's take a 10 or 15-minute break. You can step down, please, have to study the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, for the jury. All rise. Your Honor, calling People versus James Crumbley, case number 22279-989 FA.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, thank you.
You could retake your seat.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Agent Pendon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to go back just a little bit and get just a little bit of background information. In November of 2021, you were employed by the ATF, and you also worked on was it a task force? Did I understand that correctly?
So at the time of the shooting, I wasn't on the task force yet. I was working on cases in Pontiac that which led into the creation of that task force.
In connection with this case, you reviewed a significant amount of information and data in the investigations related to the Oxford High School shooting.
Yes.
And that would be specific to Mr. Crumbley, some specific to Mrs. Crumbley, and some specific to their son.
Yes.
On September 25th of 2021, you testified that that James and his son went to a gun range in Clarkston,
September 25th, yes.
that they rented a 9mm handgun, if you recall, and I can pull the exhibit up if you'd like.
No, that's correct.
Okay. That they purchased 2 boxes of 9mm ammunition.
I believe that's the correct quantity, yes.
If you recall, the price of those boxes was $29.99 each.
I don't recall, but that wouldn't surprise me.
Oh. That sounds about right for a box of 9mm ammunition.
Yes.
There was also 22 caliber ammunition that was purchased.
Yes.
They fired a 22 caliber pistol,
I believe the video we have, yes.
and that was the Cal-Tech that's owned by James Crumbley.
I believe that is the firearm that's depicted, yes.
Okay, and you also learned that they also fired a 9mm pistol,
Yes,
which is the one that they rented.
correct.
That was the HK.
Yes.
In October 3rd of 2021, they went to the gun range again, they being James Crumbley and his son.
Yes.
They purchased 22 caliber ammunition.
I don't recall the exact receipt for that day, but that sounds correct for that day, yes.
And in October of 2021, to your knowledge, based on your knowledge of the investigation, there were 2 pistols in the home, and that was there were BB guns as well. I'm
Sure.
not referring to those.
Sure.
There were 2 pistols. There was the Derringer, which you've been shown, and the Cal-Tech.
Correct.
Okay. Those are both 22 caliber handguns.
Yes.
November 26th of 2021 is when the Sig Sauer 9mm was purchased,
Yes.
and that was done so by James Crumbley.
Yes.
And if you recall from the receipt, there was, it was a handwritten receipt,
Yes, the receipt was handwritten, yes.
and the receipt had the firearm listed,
Yes,
the serial number of the firearm,
correct.
prices, and things of that nature.
Yep.
On November 27th of 2021, James Crumbley's wife, Jennifer, took their son to the gun range.
I'm sorry, what date was that again?
November 27th of 2021.
Correct.
So that was the day after the 9mm was purchased.
Yes.
They purchased 2 boxes of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Yes.
Based on your investigation, you learned that they fired 1 full box of ammunition, or at least you believe that that occurred.
That's correct.
You recall that each box was approximately $23.99.
Yes.
that they left with one box of 50 rounds of ammunition.
Correct.
I'm going to get back to, you compared the handgun on the math assignment and also the handgun in the home. I'm going to get back to that in just a minute, but I do want to talk about keeping a handgun safe in a home. You would agree that there are a variety of ways to keep a handgun safe in a home, and I'm going to give you some examples. One would be to store it in a safe.
I would say that's one way to, are you saying when you said keeping a firearm safe, what does that mean exactly?
Sure. Well, just that. Keeping it safely stored, keeping it safe in the home.
Safe, I'm not trying to play a game. I'm just trying to, so you're saying like keeping it safe from access or from a person? Like I'm trying to understand the question.
Safe from others, safe from accidents, safe from accidental discharge,
Sure.
safe from mishandling, safe from ...
Sure. That's one way I think you could keep a firearm securely stored inside of a home.
You can store it in a locking gun case. We saw that the cases that were on the table, they had holes where you could put a lock in them.
Yes, that's correct.
That's another way.
Yes.
You could store it in the small safe. I guess there's a couple different styles of safes. There's the little safe that you showed us earlier, and then there's other bigger safes, correct?
Yeah, there's a variety of gun safes out there, yes.
You could use a cable lock.
Yes.
You could use a trigger lock, which goes in the trigger.
Yes.
You could store the firearm unloaded. Obviously, an unloaded firearm is not inherently dangerous, correct?
I don't want to speculate on whether that would be a safe way to secure a firearm because you don't know, I'm not whether knowing all the ins and outs of whether someone else has ammunition or magazines or things like that. I don't want to, I can't answer that question.
Sure. I guess my question is actually a lot more simple. I'm not asking you to speculate on anything.
Sure.
Simply having an unloaded firearm, is an unloaded firearm in itself dangerous? Or does it become dangerous when you put ammunition in it?
I would say that the answer to that question really depends on the proficiency with firearms of people in the home. If you have ammunition stored separately and it's just the firearm by itself, if someone clearly knows how to load a magazine and insert it, it's no longer stored safely secured, I would think.
My question is a little bit different though. It's not necessarily talking about, and we can get to the
Sure.
other stuff too. I'm not asking you to avoid that.
I'm really just trying to answer your question. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to ask.
Sure.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to ask is an unloaded firearm in and of itself, no ammunition in it, no magazine in it, is that itself unsafe?
Again, I don't know what else, not knowing what else is in the home, I can't answer that question.
You would agree that keeping a handgun safe depends on a variety of circumstances. And you talked about some of those, not knowing if there's ammunition in the home, right?
Yes, are you talking now again about the same line of it being stored just by itself?
Correct.
I mean, yeah, there's so many factors that would go into whether that would be a secure way to store a firearm, yes.
Where it's stored could also be dependent upon the age of the people in the home.
I think that's one relevant factor, yes.
The people who live in the home, their knowledge of firearms. And I think you mentioned proficiency, like whether or not somebody could load a magazine.
Right, I think we're getting into an area that's kind of, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm just really trying my best here. I don't know how to answer that question. There's just too many variables.
There's a number of variables. That's kind of the point that I'm making. There's a number of variables that go into determining whether or not a firearm is stored safely. Is that fair?
Yes, there are a number of variables that come into play when considering how to store a firearm, yes.
One of the ways that we just discussed was a cable lock. Cable locks can be removed in more than one way, correct? It can be removed by using a key and unlocking the cable lock.
Yes, that's the way to unlock a cable lock, yes.
And I think that one of our witnesses previously also testified you can also cut off a cable lock.
Yes, I'm aware that there are, tools you can use to defeat a cable lock, yes.
As for the youth handgun safety pamphlet that the prosecutor showed you, you're aware of federal law, which that ATF handgun safety pamphlet is about federal law, correct?
Yes.
It's not about Michigan laws.
Correct. I believe it references state and local ordinances at one point, but generally speaking, yes, it's a federal law.
Okay. And you're aware that it is legal under federal law for a minor to possess a handgun in certain circumstances?
Yes, that's correct.
That includes going to a shooting range?
So we have to be careful about how we're using the words in that sentence. So there's certain five specified things in particular about what minors can do alone with firearms with written consent from their parents. It would be hunting, ranching, employment, target practice, and hunting, I believe. But there's specific things you have to do with, as far as if they're doing it alone with written consent, the consent has to be on them. There's a variety of things in the actual statute itself. I can't recall all of them off my head, but if I'd have to have a little more information to know that was okay.
Sure, and we don't have any evidence, and you haven't looked at any evidence during your testimony, and you've been sitting in court for all the witnesses, correct?
That's correct, yes.
There's been no evidence presented by Mr. Wagrowski or any other witness to show that Mr. Crumbley's son went to the range by himself.
No, not that I've discovered in this case, no.
So we're talking about going to a shooting range with a parent. That itself is not illegal under federal law.
No.
Learning firearm safety. A minor can handle a firearm while learning firearm safety. Again, assuming they're with a parent.
Right, there's only certain things that are covered by federal law that federal law even touches upon, and it's the transfer of a handgun to a minor. It's not even contemplating those scenarios you're discussing. So there is not a federal law that says a parent can't show their child firearm safety, no.
And during your involvement in this case, you found no evidence that James Crumbley was aware that his son had obtained unsupervised access to any of the firearms in his house.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. During your involvement in this case, you found no evidence that James Crumbley was aware that his son had obtained access to the firearms in his home.
I don't recall him ever having the videos of his son playing with the firearm or anything like that, just the fact that he was present during the time.
So he was in the home during those times, but you don't have evidence that James was aware that those activities were occurring. Is that fair? I'm not trying to trick you.
No, I haven't. I understand your question. If I understand it correctly, you're saying that there's not evidence that, he sent the video to his dad saying I was playing with this gun or something to that effect. I never found anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
You've been involved in this case since November 30th of 2021. We heard your testimony about that. You were involved in the search of Mr. Crumbley's home?
Yes.
And that was on November 30th of 2021?
Yes.
And we talked about there were various BB guns found in the home. That's not illegal, correct?
I can't even comment on. I don't know. I'm sure they are. I have no idea.
No idea.
I mean, under state law, I have no idea what's legal and not with BB guns.
There were also 2 pistols which were located in the gun safe, which you testified about previously.
Yes, that's correct.
That gun safe with those 2 handguns were located inside of a TV stand or a dresser of some sort?
It was I think it was a dresser that had a TV on it, and it was had a couple of drawers and a sliding thing in the middle. Yeah.
So it was located inside of that dresser in a cabinet?
Yes.
There was also an empty Sig Sauer gun case, which we've seen, found in James's bedroom.
That's correct.
Along with an empty box of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Yes.
Also found in James's bedroom.
Yes.
You learned that Mr. Crumbley purchased 3 handguns between June and November of 2021.
Yes.
We went over those purchases today.
Yes.
With each purchase, you know that Mr. Crumbley signed a trigger lock statement.
That's correct.
And you reviewed those as part of your involvement in the case.
I reviewed the documents from every purchase, yes.
Now, you also know that for an FFL dealer to be compliant with federal law, that they also have to provide the ATF use safety handgun notice.
Correct.
With each purchase.
Yes.
So Mr. Crumbley purchasing 3 handguns between June and November, he would have received 3 of those pamphlets.
I believe that's correct, yes.
So we've talked about the one that was found in the Sig Sauer case, but you don't know the location of the other 2.
I do not.
And there's no requirement in that pamphlet or anywhere that Mr. Crumbley display that notice anywhere in his home.
No.
Okay. Federally licensed firearms dealers provide the cable locks to each seller, and typically the cable lock comes with the firearm from the manufacturer. Is that fair?
Correct. With new firearms, that's generally the case, yes.
Used firearms, the cable lock might come from somewhere else. Is that accurate?
Yeah, either the store will have you buy one, or sometimes people throw it in for free. It all just depends, yeah.
And I think Ms. Back testified that the cable lock that we have was from Sig Sauer, correct?
Correct.
Cable locks are not necessarily specific to each firearm. So it's not like a key in a lock, right, which is specific to that lock. Cable locks can be used on other firearms.
Yeah, generally speaking, yes. They can be used on multiple makes and models of firearms, yes.
So assuming that there isn't an issue with the caliber, a 22 caliber we've determined has a smaller bore, so it's more narrow than a 9mm, which has a wider bore.
Correct.
So a cable lock specific to a 9mm may not fit in a 22 caliber, but a 22 caliber cable lock may fit in a 9mm, if that makes sense.
It depends how you use it. I mean, if you were going to put it through the magazine well and not the actual barrel, there's different recommendations on how to use it. But if you were going to put it through the magazine well and lock it, it would fit both.
So that 6 Sauer cable lock isn't necessarily designed just for that 6 Sauer. A Kel-Tec cable lock could have been used on a 6 Sauer, correct?
Kel-Tec, to my knowledge, does not make cable locks. They provide trigger locks, but I get your point. Yes,
Yes.
A different model could work just as well.
Okay. There are also universal cable locks, which we've kind of talked about, which could work on any caliber handgun.
Correct. Semi-automatic handgun, yes.
Semi-automatic, thank you. Again, Mr. Crumbley, we know received 3 either cable locks or trigger locks in connection with the purchases of the handguns.
Correct. Based on the documentation we have, yes.
Right. You found 1 cable lock in the home.
That's correct.
The keys were still in the lock.
Yes.
You did not find the other 2.
No.
Or their keys.
Not to my knowledge, no.
You don't know where those other 2 cable locks are.
I believe there would have been a trigger lock with the Kel-Tec, but to your point, yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Crumbley had a cable lock on the SIG or not at the time that it was taken by his son.
When it was
Based on your
taken by his son. And based on statements made that we've heard in court and other things like that, I've never heard mention of a cable lock. I've always heard hidden.
Okay. You don't know that. Is that fair based on your investigation?
I know that one wasn't recovered at the school or in the house. So is it a certainty? No, I think it's highly improbable.
You said that 1 was recovered at the school?
I said one was not recovered at the school.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
So it would, yeah. I found no evidence that a cable lock was ever installed in that firearm.
The prosecutor was asking you about the difference between a 22 caliber round and a 9mm round, and there was something about the size of it, the bigger the round, the bigger the hole, things like that.
I don't know if I said that today, but I know it, yes.
Okay. There's no evidence that you've learned to show that James bought a gun because he wanted more damage. I think that's what you said, more damage.
More damage. Yeah, I don't think I found any evidence that James decided to purchase that firearm. If my understanding is right, based on things, is that the only person ever researched the purchase of the firearm was the shooter.
We also heard Ms. Back testify that and confirm that when Mr. Crumbley went and purchased the 9mm 6 Sauer, that he had made indications that he had been looking at it for a few days. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah, I remember it was either a few days or quite some time. I'm not sure the phrasing, but I remember hearing that testimony, yes.
And we know that James Crumbley also has fired a 9mm prior to November 26th of 2021. I believe it was September or October of that year.
Yes, I recall he had at least fired it then and then maybe in July that year too.
We talked about Exhibit 167, which was the small safe.
Yes,
The combination on that was 000.
yes.
You have no knowledge if anyone other than James knew the combination of that safe?
I do not.
Specifically, you have no knowledge if his son knew the combination of that safe?
I do not know if he knew the combination was 000, no.
You don't know if James was aware if his son had the combination to that safe. Is that fair?
I have found no evidence that he provided the combination or if his son knew the combination, but based on the fact that we recovered the firearms in the home in the safe and that we have videos of, at least there's the one video on, was it August 19th and August 20th, the 2 videos of Mr. Crumbley's son playing with the Kel-Tec. There's also a video, I forget the date, of the shooter playing with a Derringer inside the house at one point. So if they were in the safe, I don't know if his father was there or not. I can't answer that question for certain whether his son knew the code to that safe.
Okay. And you talked about August of 21. That was obviously before November 30th of 2021 when you recovered that safe from the cabinet.
Correct.
You testified with the prosecution that you were, I believe you used the word shocked to find the ATF youth handgun pamphlet in the 6-hour gun case, right?
Yes,
Now, we just talked about the fact that there were at least, we believe at least, 2 other pamphlets that were provided to Mr. Crumbley.
correct.
Because we know that because there were 2 other firearms in the home.
Sure.
And you have no reason to believe that those were not sold in compliance with federal law.
Correct.
You don't know when or how often Mr. Crumbley reviewed those pamphlets with his son
I do not.
prior to November of 2021?
No.
In fact, it would be an assumption that because it was in the 6-hour case, that must mean that Mr. Crumbley wasn't reviewing those rules or following the rules with his son. Is that fair?
Can you either rephrase or repeat the question?
Yes. It would be an assumption about whether or not Mr. Crumbley reviewed those pamphlets with his son just because it was found in a 6-hour case.
Correct, yeah, I think that's why I said I was shocked that it was just kind of discarded to the back, yes.
And we also established that there was no requirement that he post that pamphlet anywhere in his home.
Correct.
Prosecutor asked you about registering handguns. You don't know whether James mailed the pistol sales records, correct?
You mean mailing them into, if they were mailed in process, they would have shown up in the registry. I've actually ran it between or either right before the first trial or this trial, and it still wasn't in there. So it'd be odd if all 3 got lost in the mail.
Even assuming that James didn't mail them or drop them off, the penalty is a civil infraction, correct?
Yes, I was only answering the question that they weren't registered.
It's a fine, correct?
I don't enforce that state law particularly. I generally deal with other parts of state law with firearms offenses. So I'll take your word for it.
Well, and I can show you the exhibit if you'd like. The pistol sales record actually lists the penalty at the top.
Sure.
You talked about Mr. Crumbley's son's stance while at the shooting ranges. And you said that it shows that there's some level of proficiency, that he has some level of proficiency with firearms. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I believe I was talking about the surveillance video from the school, but yes.
Okay. You would agree that it's important for people in a home where there are firearms present to be familiar with them. And let me clarify that question a little bit.
Sure.
Obviously, if you have a 2-year-old in a home, you are not going to familiarize your 2-year-old with a firearm. Is that fair?
Sure.
Not intentionally.
Correct.
If you have a teenager in the home or other adults in the home, they should be familiar with the firearms if they're going to be in the home. Is that fair?
I think that's obviously a personal decision that's not something covered by federal law that you're required to do that. I think some people may choose to not do that and just keep them away from their kids and out of view. But, like I said, that's not something I can speak to.
Prosecutor specifically asked you about Exhibit 169, which was the firearm purchase on June 15th of 2021, and that there was a delay. You testified that sometimes the background may take time. That's not a negative or positive, it's just a fact. Sometimes they take time.
Correct.
You heard voices, if you recall, in Exhibits 172 and 173 at the outdoor range, which was where the videos on Mr. Crumbley's cell phone of his son firing the Kel-Tec and the Derringer. Do you remember those videos?
Is it the June videos, June 20th?
Yes, June 20th, yes.
Yes.
And you recall that there were other voices. Do you recall hearing other voices?
I don't recall hearing them. I don't disbelieve you.
Do you recall hearing other firearms being fired? I don't know what they were, but you can hear other firearms being fired.
I don't recall after watching it right now this time. I was focused on the shooter in this instance. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that other people may be shooting at a range as well.
Exhibit 175 is the Instagram post by James Crumbley's wife that both Mr. Crumbley and his son, quote, both got handguns.
That was the Instagram story?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And that was, that video is showing Mr. Crumbley's son firing the Kel-Tec.
Yes.
Which was in the safe in his room, in the safe in Mr. Crumbley's room.
On November 30th, yes.
Correct.
Yep.
Exhibits 70 and 71 are the August 19th of 2021 video and text that we just talked about a few minutes ago. That is of the Caltech, correct?
Yes, both of the August 19th and 20th videos were of the Caltech, yes.
So you would agree that these may have been the same night. The August 19th video was about approximately 9:30 p.m. and the second video was about 12:30 a.m. the following morning.
Correct, yeah, it was the same night into the following morning, yes.
Exhibit 70 and 71, you specifically can see that the Caltech is unloaded.
In the 819 video?
Yes.
Yes,
That there's no round in the chamber and that the safety is not engaged.
correct.
Exhibits 72 and 73 are the August 20th of 21 videos. Your testimony was that Mr. Crumbley's son slammed the firearm down onto the magazine and released the slide forward.
Correct, yes.
You testified that the way that Mr. Crumbley's son was handling that firearm was not safe handling.
Correct.
You may have also testified about this, but I wanted to clarify. There was nothing in your investigation that showed that James was aware that his son had made that video.
No, again, just only what I testified to, that he was in the home at the time of the video, but no.
Exhibit 190 is the September 25th, 2021 gun range. There was some 9mm rental, some ammunition purchased, and then targets also purchased.
Yes.
There were silhouette targets and also non-silhouette targets purchased, if you recall.
I don't recall, but I take your word for it.
There were also range safety officers present, if you recall.
Yes, I think that's standard at that range in my experience.
You described a little bit, discussed a little bit, watching Mr. Crumbley's son, and I don't know if you used the word misfire, but you indicated in your testimony that Mr. Crumbley's son was having an issue with the semi-automatic handgun.
Yes.
That he was struggling and was unable to clear something, correct?
Yeah, I think he thought a round was in the chamber and he thought he cleared it, but there was actually nothing in there, and that's when Mr. Crumbley picks up the magazine and inserts it and makes it operable again, yes.
And obviously we know that Mr. Crumbley and his son went to the shooting range.
Yes.
And Mr. Crumbley's son handled the handguns. We watched it.
Correct, yes.
You would agree that it's important for a person who fires a firearm or a handgun to know how to properly clear misfire.
Well, I wouldn't say that it was a misfire. I would say that, what it appeared to me is that he was, being instructed by his father on how to properly deal with any malfunction of the firearm, which is when he racked the slide and then, inserted the magazine.
So same question, but worded a little bit different. It's important for somebody who handles a firearm or who fires a firearm to know how to deal with things that come up while you're firing it. Is that fair?
I would say that's a safe way to, if you're going to be shooting a firearm, that's correct.
And if somebody handling a firearm or shooting a firearm doesn't know how to properly do that, it can have potentially very dangerous consequences.
Yes.
Exhibit 95 is the social media post by Mr. Crumbley's son about the one where there's the multiple photos of the Sig Sauer. He talks about his new beauty, his 9mm, his Sig Sauer.
I recall the post, okay. Yes.
There was no evidence other than those pictures. Well, let me say this, and I've asked this question before, you've heard it. Based on those photos, you don't know if Mr. Crumbley is standing right outside the frame of the photo, correct?
I do not know, no.
Okay. You've learned nothing during your investigation to show that Mr. Crumbley wasn't standing there with his son.
On the date he purchased the firearm, when he took those photos?
Yes, November 26th.
Correct.
There's no evidence that Mr. Crumbley gave his son that Sig Sauer and that he had it unsupervised. Is that fair? Other than on November 26th of 2021.
So I recall there being another video that Detective Wogrowski testified to that I've also observed. I believe that was later that night, showing the shooter in possession of that firearm, filming down the barrel of it. I don't recall any other videos or photos of that on the devices.
And along the same lines as I've asked previously, you learned nothing during your investigation that Mr. Crumbley was aware of that video, the one that you just described, later that night on November 26th of 2021.
Yeah, again, the only thing I believe he was also present in the home for that one, but that's the only thing that I could find, yes.
In fact, the Sig Sauer case was found in Mr. Crumbley and Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley's bedroom.
That's correct. It was on the bed it was open next to the box of Patriot Defense ammunition.
Exhibit 97 was a photo taken by, I believe, Jennifer Crumbley of the open Sig Sauer box with the Cal-Tac and the Sig Sauer in the case, correct?
Yes,
That has the ATF pamphlet and the cable lock.
correct.
In looking at the Cal-Tac, there's no magazine in the Cal-Tac.
I don't believe so in that picture, no.
You testified about the Exhibit 42, which is the cable lock that was found at the Crumbley home. Your testimony was if it was used regularly, the bag would be damaged. That cable lock was provided 4 days before you found the cable lock in the home, correct?
Correct, yeah. But if you tried to take that in and out of there, the way that the cable lock expands in that bag, it would tear up the edges of it. So there would be more wear and tear on the bag.
Exhibit 95 is the receipt on November 27th of 2021 when Jennifer Crumbley and her son went to the shooting range.
Yes,
I think I've already discussed this. There was Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition purchased that day, 2 boxes.
correct.
Based on your investigation and your involvement, that was the first time after that 6 hour was purchased that ammunition was purchased.
From records we've located, yes, that's correct.
If you recall, and if you don't know the answer to this, please tell me. You reviewed a lot. Did you also review any statements made to law enforcement or the interview from the substation of Mr. Crumbley?
Yes,
Okay. And if you recall, during that interview, James did not know how much ammunition was purchased that day, November 27th of 21.
I recall there being a conversation between him and his wife, and I believe he ends up correcting her, saying it was 50 rounds, but I don't recall the exact words he used.
Okay. They discussed the cost.
I believe so, yeah, because he was. I think she initially thought there was like 200 rounds, and I think he eventually informed her it was 50 rounds.
Okay. Exhibit 196 is the video of Mr. Crumbley's son and Mr. Crumbley's wife at the range. You can see when Mr. Crumbley's son is actually in the booth handling the handgun, the 9mm handgun, the 6 hour, that there's actually a range safety officer standing slightly behind him to the right. He's got like a bright yellow vest on, correct?
Yes.
And if you know, and I assume that you do know, the purpose of a range safety officer is to ensure that people are handling their firearms correctly.
Yeah, I would say it's in compliance with whatever the rules are for that specific range, yes.
So if that, we would assume, and if you don't want to assume, that's okay, but if that range safety officer had seen Mr. Crumbley's son doing something incorrect or inappropriate, it would have been raised as an issue that day.
I would assume so. That's his job, so yes.
The empty box of ammunition that was discovered in the Crumbley home on November 30th of 2021 was Patriot Defense ammunition.
Yes,
And I think you testified earlier that there are 9mm ammunition is more expensive than 22 caliber ammunition, correct?
generally speaking, yes.
Okay. But within that, there are varying levels of expensive for the 9mm ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And we know that there were 2 different prices on 2 different purchases of 9mm ammunition in 2021 by James Crumbley and by his wife Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes,
And obviously, if you're going to the shooting range, you need ammunition to shoot, correct?
yes,
So it's not unheard of for somebody to buy rounds of ammunition at a shooting range.
no,
During your involvement in this case, you saw no information that James Crumbley was aware of the Instagram post by his son. Let me clarify, because I think there were a couple.
Yeah.
The Instagram post where his son commented is Exhibit 100 about his, quote, new SIG.
I don't recall if he saw that one. I know he saw the social media post by his wife with the firearm, but I don't believe that there was evidence of of him viewing that specific post that I found.
You also lastly, you talked about the similarities between the drawing of the handgun on the math that we've seen, the math assignment that we've seen in Exhibit 130. And also, and let me see if I can get back to it, and also the similarity to the handgun, the 6 hour handgun. Do you remember making that comparison?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Let's turn on the TV, guys.
Oh, yeah, where's the button on the back?
To the bottom. There we go. That's fine.
Can you see?
Yes.
So you talked about the similarities were the striations on the back of the slide,
Yes,
Correct.
that was one of them, yes.
the location of the ejection port,
Yes,
the shape of the trigger guard.
yes.
And for those reasons, you believe that that was the same as the 6-hour handgun.
And also the shape of the floor plate of the magazine. When all those are combined, each one taken in isolation, not the case, but if you put them all together, then yes.
And you're obviously work for the ATF.
Yes,
You have some significant familiarity with handguns.
yes.
This is the 6-hour handgun. It's Exhibit 86. This is the Smith & Wesson handgun. A photo that was sent to James Crumbley by his son prior to the purchase of the 6-hour handgun.
Correct.
There's striations on the back.
Not on the front.
There's striations on the back.
There are striations on the back, but not the front of that firearm.
And that's the ejection port that we can see on the top. Well, the side facing us, obviously we can't see what's on the other side.
Correct. There's also a black line that's not, it's a two-tone firearm and there's a black line. There's vast differences between that one and the one that's drawn. There are some similarities like we discussed, but I said again, taken in isolation, it could be a different firearm, but when all put together, it appears to be the same firearm.
And you don't know if anyone who viewed that handgun on the math homework even made the connection between that and the 6-hour. Is that fair? Other than you, we know you did.
I found no evidence that they did. I know that if you buy a firearm, you generally know what it looks like, but no.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Briefly, Special Agent Brandon, Defense Counsel just asked you some questions about other cable locks being used or could have been used. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, and she asked you about the other 2 cable locks. Do we have any evidence there were 2 other cable locks ever given to James Crumbley?
No, there were 2 trigger lock forms that could have been trigger locks or cable locks. And honestly, the cable lock for the Derringer probably wouldn't have even worked because you'd have to have one small enough to fit through the actual firearm itself, which the SIG one would not.
All right, and you just testified that you believe a trigger lock was what was sold with the Caltech. Did you say that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you find any evidence of a trigger lock or another cable lock anywhere in the home?
No.
Anywhere in the school?
I didn't search the school, but I'm not aware that one was ever located,
Okay.
no.
She just asked you about the comments at the substation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What did James Crumbley say when he was asked where that weapon was?
I believe he said it was in the armoire, hidden in the armoire, and then he said the ammunition was underneath a pair of jeans.
Did he ever say locked?
No.
Was there anything that struck you about his mention of the SIG?
Yes. So when he mentions the SIG Sauer, he mispronounced Sauer as Sawyer, which if you purchased that firearm and it was for yourself, you'd be familiar with how to say SIG Sauer.
Okay. And
I would object to that response and ask for it to be stricken. He's making an assumption about what Mr. Crumbley knows.
I'll move on. Special Agent, last question. You mentioned earlier that you reviewed the cell phone data and web searches that were on the phone of James Crumbley.
Yes.
All right. And did you ever find any searches that he did relating to firearm safety or minors?
I did. There were searches related to that topic. It was after the shooting had occurred.
Okay, so December something, after the shooting occurred.
Yes, I don't recall the exact date, but it was after the shooting.
Anything before?
Regarding firearm safety, not that I recall.
Thank you. Nothing further. May this witness be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, you can step down when you're excused.
Thank you, Ron.
You don't have someone brief.
Not 15 minutes brief, though. If we have somebody here, we wouldn't get through my direct, that's for sure.
All right, so 9:00 tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
I need to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Do not post, do not do research, do not discuss this case with anyone. And please fill out your lunch order for tomorrow. All right. Have a great night. Stay healthy. 9 o'clock tomorrow to start.
All right, for the jury.
You can see it. We're going to be wanting to remind everyone to stay seated while the defendant's taken up. Okay.